Why is this music so illogical? Look at these balls everywhere. That's got to be Life is Yours. Who else would do this? Who else would just come into my stream? Maybe those were like weird, queued up. I like the, that's good. The robot crying tears of ball pit balls. Great. Very good. Hello, it's me, Scott. How are you doing, everyone? I'm a tired person, but there's still so much to do. And the first thing to do, of course, is get some new wallpaper, I guess? Okay, yeah, let's do that. Okay, so, yeah, making progress in Cultivate. Got a little sidetracked this morning trying to figure out, trying to understand geodesic dome geometry, but that's fine. I think I got it figured out. I feel like it took me much longer than it should have. Okay, so the ball pit is like really... Am I being DDoSed? Is this a denial of service that's happening in front of me? Okay. Okay, so I think I figured out the dome. I think I know what to do. We've got to like do a serious amount of work today. Like, so I figured out the dome. I have dome geometry. That was the first amount of work. And I don't know, I just felt compelled to do that off stream just because it was like, I was just doing extra bad at it, maybe. I don't know. So we're gonna take that. I kind of like this picture. No, I don't think it's the right one for today. We need something a little, I do like that. Let's go with this. Okay. Whoa, weird. Wait, yesterday, Binary, how are you? Yeah, wait, yesterday's player just came to life? That shouldn't happen. Does that happen? Okay, so here's where we are. I just figured this out, and it took me way more time. I mean, just making a made-up geodesic dome or whatever is not that big of a deal. Like, for some reason, though, for me, for matching the existing one that exists in real life and then matching the dimensions of it, so these are like, this should be like dimensionally accurate, like, I had a hard time landing on it. And it actually, anyway, I think I got it. But it took some doing. Also, I miss actually that Unity lets you just pop in and out of, there's a way to do that in Maya, right? Pop in and out of orthographic. Yeah, so here's the weird issue. Like, this I think is the geometry of the dome, but as you can see, like, we are not like planar here. We're not but I think that's what they do. I think this is it, and I think the bottom is just like fudged a little bit. Because it's the only way that I could get the triangle layout to match. So anyway, we're gonna go with this. These balls are out of control. What is happening here? What lunatic is doing this? Binary would never do something like this. Okay. I should really probably make it where I can clear the balls so we can actually see what's going on. But I can't, so... Wait, actually, can I really not? Well, here they come again. Am I being DDoSed? Okay, we may have to switch to a less, I knew it! I knew I was being DDoSed. My life is yours. Wait, you're not doing it? Or you... Okay, anyway. It's very uniform. It was very regular, was the most impressive part. It almost made me think, Excuse me. I'm gonna choke on a piece of ice. I mean, it actually was giving me Draclin vibes. It's been a while since Draclin has come and abused anything on the stream. So, okay, we have this. We have this. Which I think is, I don't know. The problem is I don't know actually what they do to compensate at the bottom? Like, do they just grab those vertices and pull them down, or I don't actually know what they do. But I don't think I care because I can do everything relative to this triangle. It should be the right dimension, whatever. Like, it's gonna take some on-site tuning. It's just, this is reality. I don't really want to do that, but I think it's gonna be the thing. Okay, so what, everybody? No, I'm going to map our flowers onto this. And I'm going to do that by doing anything I haven't done before, and we just got to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. Right? I've figured out things before. So let's close all of these. So I do have some updates. I guess I didn't push some of these. I think this was just updating... Yeah, this was just updating the way I was drawing the centers of these flowers. With some weird made-up terminology, so that was random. I think it's all ditching hubs. Okay. Ditch hubs and other tweaks. Ditch hubs and other tweaks. Okay. So we're already running. Life is Yours, I have to thank you for putting me onto Parcel, because I think it has actually really helped make a lot of this kind of stuff less annoying. I quite like it. I mean, as much as I could like any web tool. There's plenty of things about it that are annoying, but compared to like Webpack and whatever all those other ones that we've used over time, like I feel like there's 45 different, what was that other one? ES Build. Like there's just so many stupid build things we've had to do that I feel like Parcel, yeah. Part like everything in the JavaScript development world is bad, but in a like world of bad things, Parcel is like reasonably unbad, so that's good. How bad is my node modules folder? Yes, it takes all of this stuff just to make a website, like a bunch of random dependencies nobody knows about. Who knows? And my actual dependencies are very few. 3JS related stuff, and then some Parcel related stuff, so whatever. Can't make a website without 50,000 lines of code that you didn't write, right? How could you possibly? Okay, so close all this stuff. I already did that. Here's what we need to do. We need to get... I don't actually... This is something I've not done for a while, I will admit to you. Well, there's some parts of this I've never done, but just like, there's some simple pieces to this. But I actually think it's easier than it used to be to just like load a model. But we want to load that model, then we want to get random points on it, and then we want to instance things on those random points, and then for bonus insanity, we may try to run that through a circle packing algorithm. And that is a place where we would probably use a web worker, and I think it would be fine to use a web worker. I mean, it could potentially be like the perfect use case of a web worker. But we will worry about, let's just get some flowers onto this thing, try to register this thing. Uh-oh, what is Flutter? Is that a JavaScript thing? Wait, what is Flutter? Do I want to know? Oh my god, are you serious? You're gonna... Oh no. Are you serious? And it's another thing that compiles to Oh no. Wait, what language are you actually writing? Or is it its own? But it eventually compiles to JavaScript, right? Okay, you write code in Dart. Is that what's going on? Oh my god, I don't want to write Dart. I'm not writing Dart. I'm not writing Dart. No. No. I don't want to do it. I'm gonna write Dart. Leave me alone. Jiraj, how's it going, buddy? It's been a while. You are such a bully. Life is yours. Forcing me to write Dart. What does it compile to? Like WASM? Or does it compile to JavaScript? Or transpile to JavaScript? Listen, I just now decided that I like TypeScript okay. I don't know, man. I get it, but like JavaScript just instantly runs anywhere. Dart does not. Dart requires a transpile. Now, maybe I'm like getting to the point or compile, but I'm getting to the point where it doesn't matter, I guess, where like almost anything I do goes through some kind of build or compilation step, which is kind of crazy. But I don't know, man. If I'm gonna write in another language, why wouldn't I just like write in C# or something? Like, why not write in a real language? Or a real-ish language. I don't know if I'm being very articulate, but I don't know. I don't know. I'll think about it. The one thing that could actually convince me is I mostly am like, the thing I'm realizing I like about TypeScript, and we realized this, or I think I realized it at least on stream, was that it was the language designer of C# also designed TypeScript, and so there's a lot of uniformity there that works well for me just because I spend so much time in Unity. So like C# to TypeScript and back and forth is like, of course there's a million things that are different, but there's some things that are like conceptually similar that makes it a little easier for me. But the thing I still hate about TypeScript, and I wish they had just found a way to not make this not need to be true, is that you still have to do this dots everywhere. I hate that. I hate it that you can't refer to like things in your current class without a this dot. Drives me insane. I'm doing okay, Diraj. I've got a art installation on Wednesday, and I have a colonoscopy on Monday, so I'm gonna be like out of commission all day Monday. So I just have so much stuff to do. I hate AMP. AMP sucks. AMP is unqualified bad. I don't like AMP. It shouldn't exist. Okay. Anyway, I can't be distracted. We have these assets. Some of these are going to go away. They do a little bit. Not a ton. I'm not super into machine learning, but I've used it as parts of projects. I do have like, I mean, I haven't like developed any neural networks myself or whatever. I've used existing ML tools. I like I continually can't think of the name of it. Anyway, there's some package, some company. Actually, it's weird because they're like a ML video editing company. What is it called? Runway. So their whole thing is like machine learning video editing, but they actually have this thing called what? It's weirdly not very front and center anymore in research. So they have, in addition to like this ML-based video editing software, they have this suite of, or it's like a wrapper basically that wraps a ton of different models. I cannot think of the name of it. I think it says you get it. What's the thing called? ML Lab. So ML Lab, it's pretty cool. But they charge you per credits, which is not cool. I don't know. The ML world drives me insane. It's so annoying to like get anything up and running. Explain the code of machine learning. Just open a text editor and type a bunch of terrible Python, and then like import TensorFlow, and you're done. That's all. I mean, there's not a single high-level explanation to like broadly ML. I mean, actually, Diraj, if you just totally wanted to like get some basic start with ML, Dan Schiffman has like a pretty simple. What is it called? What is it called? ML5.js. So it's kind of like, you know, an introductory. I mean, you can use it, but it's kind of the same idea as processing or P5 is to like kind of get you started. And so it just has, and there's examples on, you know, image classification or whatever. Like there's various, it uses existing, not really models, like models and networks, I guess, things like YOLO or Pix2Pix or whatever. And so if you just want to get started, I would say check this out. Okay, but seriously, I seriously have an insane amount of work to do. So I just gotta do it. Okay, so we did, I have like a week of work to do in the next 2 days, I feel like. Okay, so we have this dome facade. I don't know that I want to use a OBJ. I don't really want a material. Not deliberately export a material. So anyway, so we need a 3, and we'll probably change the format of that, but let's just get a model loaded. Great. Okay, that's not, that doesn't count. If it's not hardware accelerated, I mean, I guess it could be if you're like doing it with CSS transforms or something. Okay, we need to load an OBJ file. This thing, OBJ loader, right, because it's in examples. That's fine though, because I think we have that loader elsewhere. So where do we want to do that? I guess for now we'll just do it in the garden. Where do I import the orbit controls? All right, so this was our pattern for that. Oops. Examples, JSON loaders, OBJ loader. Okay. Okay. Is that really how that's capitalized? Gross. Oh. Yeah, I know. That wasn't really on purpose. I was just like putting in random magic numbers, and then that actually ended up being the one that worked. So, okay, so we have an OBJ loader. OBJ loader, I believe, works kind of like the texture loader. Yeah. So let's just do this and do a class dome view extends 3 group. Just figure out how we're gonna do this. So, oops. Constructor, super. And it's going to be this dot add. What is root? I see. Okay. So then we'll have an assets. I don't know. What do we have? Dome, facade, OBJ. I mean, you're doing in Visual VSC, Visual Studio Code. You can write JavaScript in Visual Studio Code. It's true. Like the numbers just were not as good. I tried. Well, 480 was for that's. I'm using that for a different set. Just turn it the 420. I was just. I don't know. I I built this. It's in 3 has this, but I needed like a simple deterministic random number generator, and then I was just putting in random numbers. I mean, obviously not very random. It's 420, 480, 512. I was just putting in numbers that came into my brain and trying it, and it just happened to be that that one was reasonable. Okay, so we need a. We're gonna try this new dome view. What do I actually call these? Okay. So we have the bloom view. We're gonna have a let dome view equals new dome view. Why did Maya just inexplicably open? What are you doing, Maya? What are you doing? What are you doing over there? No telling. Okay, so we're presumably...
Controls. Progress. Grow. Generate. Capture.
How do I turn that off? How do I turn off the stupid Windows assistive thing that just turned on for no reason? I don't see anything. Hate it. Windows, you're so bad. Okay, so what's our problem here? Okay, well, that wasn't the file. Am I in the right place? I'm in source, and inside source I should have assets dome facade .obj. Does that have to be cool? Why is it searching, like serving the main webpage? Weird. Okay. Do I need to like restart Parcel after adding files or something? I can't quit Parcel? Cool. Oh boy, computers are terrible. Okay, so did that make a difference? No. Why? What's wrong with this path? I'm in Garden, so I should be inside source, assets, dome facade.obj. What am I missing here? Oh, right, of course. I have to use the weird... Right. I have to use the parcel thing. The parcel has special syntax for that. It's this. We have to do this. That's fine. Okay. Right. So... Yeah, because you have to do this syntax so it knows to bundle it. And I forgot. Do I have to create an OBJ loader first? Did I have that and then deleted it? Sure did. Okay. What are you mad about? Texture loader. I see. So that goes straight into the load. That's the syntax. Oops. Okay, so we need a new... Why do we care about this, actually? New OBJ loader. load. Is the first parameter to this not just a URL? Oh, we had to two-string this. Okay, so now we have a weird invisible tome. Weird, okay. We want to set our own material on that. So how do we do that? I mean, we won't, eventually we don't want to see it at all, but yeah, two-string, thank you. Oh boy, I've been like, been a hectic few weeks, like finishing that Nexus job and working on other stuff, and now I feel so tired, and I feel like my brain is like not quite there. Can I just do like, how do you ugh, that's annoying. There's not a way to just like load an OBJ and simply assign. So you got to traverse and look for meshes. There's got to be a better way to do that. Right? I mean, I almost... Do I need the... I don't want the MTL file. I don't care about it, though. Yeah, I don't care about that. I just want to set it... So is there no... Is that a thing? Like, OBJs just have no material data in them at all? Is there some other format I should use instead? Probably, like, GLTF or something. Like, there's probably a much more appropriate... just don't know what I would even have. USDZ. GLTF is probably actually the appropriate thing, but texture info. Materials. Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer if it's that simple, like a single material. Okay, whatever. We just do the stupid load an OBJ. Yeah. I don't like it, but whatever. Only one mesh in here. Mesh basic material. Really, the root is probably the 3 mesh. Maybe not. Maybe it always is a group implicitly. Okay. We have a cool dome. Very excited about it. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to do this mesh sampler. No, what is it called? We're never going to find anything on DuckDuckGo. Mesh surface sampler. Why is DuckDuckGo so bad? Well, is mesh surface sampler even on the first page anywhere? Who knows? Because it doesn't properly show the page names from the 3JS documentation. So who knows? I want to like you. I really do. Okay, set weight attribute. I don't know what that means. Weighted sampling used for effects like heavier foliage in certain areas of terrain. I see. Concentrated particle emissions from specific parts of the mesh. I see. So if I don't care about weights... Okay. It's going to be a little weird because I don't actually know where this lives. I mean, in other words, I just don't. I have to figure out where that sampler is, but I don't think, because I don't think it's in 3 proper. I think we have to import it, right? I think it's like, it's going to be one of these. If I had to just guess. No, I guess wrong. Where do we think that is? Geometries? Actually, is it not? Okay, it's in math, Jason. Oh, interesting. Math. That's not where I would put it. Okay, math, mesh, surface, sampler. Okay, so we got our mesh surface sampler, and that's great. And we want to just say, we need the actual mesh, huh? There should only be a mesh in here, so we can probably do this and just like no. I want to get out of this. I can't break out of this traverse. Oh well. Doesn't exist there. I don't care about this. We do this. I don't know. Yeah, I get it. That it's a legal break statement. Wow. Okay. So once we have done this, do we want to sample the mesh? Interesting. So sample mesh. I don't know what this means. What is it? What is the point of sample mesh? Is this just a broken example? That's supposed to be surface mesh? Because this isn't even reused. What does this mean? I mean, it's making 100 of... Oh, maybe that's the thing they want to, like, instantiate. I see. That would kind of make sense. Okay. Mesh.setMatrix. But I think this is wrong. I think this is just, like, not a real example. Okay, but then we would sample at... Interesting. Okay, so you give it a position. Okay. So you do something like... I mean, whatever. Let's just try this. So... Oops. I don't remember how you're supposed to do this. I think it's like this. Oh, that doesn't look right, does it? What's your problem? Oh yeah, these are... Of course. I'm definitely too tired to do. I don't know, just need to look at a 3-day nap or something. Okay, so, that'll be a set matrix. Okay, this should instance a bunch of spheres. I did it wrong. Is my this? My this is bad. I could have bound it. Wow, cool. Okay, hang on. So let's make our radius 0.1. I think that's the first parameter. Interesting. Okay. So that's 100. I would kind of like to have 256 flowers. That really does not look like very many, does it? That's like bumming me out. Is that really only? No way. That's not 256, right? Are they just like a ton of them right on top of each other or something? I feel like there's no way that's 256 points. I'm tempted to count them to convince myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. I know I'm missing some. 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. So that must have been 100. Did I do something wrong? Oh, the loop is only... Oh, okay. That's fine. Sure. Okay, so that's what 100 looks like. That's still not as dense as I would like, but maybe it's fine because these will be big flowers. The distribution is terrible. So the sphere is just what I'm instancing. The sphere is just the little these little sampler dudes I'm using. And it's a little confusing. So this sphere is just the thing that I'm instancing. And that was actually, I think this code is broken because they talk about sample mesh here, but then they never actually use that. But that's not what you're sampling from. That's the thing you're like instancing at the point of the samples. So the naming's a bit confusing. So, okay, that's 256 points with really lame distribution. But I think that's going to be fine for me because what I suspect. Here's what I suspect. What do I suspect? I suspect that we actually want to do a sample of a lot, like a sample of 1,000 or something, and then run that through a filter, like whether it's circle packing or some really naive proximity filter or whatever. K-means clustering we could do, right? Like we could like that's a vaguely interesting idea, but I don't think so. The problem with like a clustering algorithm is that we want to stay on the surface of this. So like you don't want to introduce new points. You could what could you do? You could like massively subdivide this and then sort of enforce. In fact, an extremely naive way to do this. Let's just talk through this very naive way, which I kind of like. I'm definitely projecting. It's true. So here's a very naive way to do this, and I'm gonna like maybe convince myself not to do this, but this in my heart, this is what I want to do. So if we wanted to, is there a way to like randomly subdivide? Because that would be, well, we don't want that because we don't want it. We don't want to be deterministic. But you could kind of imagine what you could imagine that I can never find anything in Maya because it has like 3 different menus for doing things to a mesh, and they're called mesh, edit mesh, and mesh tools, but with like no actual real distinction of what that means. Edit mesh, I think, is where you find. What is subdivide called in this program? Triangulate? Is that what I want? Okay. Triangulate. You already triangle. I want to like subdivide the triangles. I guess it's smooth. Linear smoothing. Okay. Well, that was crazy. That's definitely not what I meant to do. No, I just want to subdivide. What is the, like... I don't want to retopologize. Although that would be kind of cool. Well, that'd be weird. What if I did? What if I did retopologize? I don't think it's ever gonna give you more faces when you retopologize. I think that's kind of the opposite of what it's for. How am I just not remembering? Is it literally just this, add divisions? Yes, okay. So you could imagine, I was looking for subdivide, not add divisions. You could imagine doing something like this, and instead of us random sampling, okay, let me just, instead of randomly sampling, you could just make a crazy, dense, weird subdivided mesh like this, which would not be too crazy, right? Like, it's not like an outrageous number of vertices, probably, except I never remember how to make Maya show. Maya is truly a terrible program. Like, it's truly... Wait, the mash tab up here? These? You're probably right. Oh, that's reduce. No, that's smooth and reduce. So intuitively, it looks like that's right, but that's not right. Anyway, we got it figured out. So Maya show vertex count. I have been using Maya for something like, and I'm using the term use very loosely, but okay, display. Let's say I've been in an abusive love-hate relationship with Maya for something close to like 15 years, and I still don't know how to do anything ever. That's polycount. Okay, so vertices in my selection, 3,000 vertices. So this is not a terrible idea because I could use these and then randomly sample from these vertices instead of having to do like surface sampling. The issue with this though is that makes it maybe not worth it is the file size. Will be, if I can find it, it's Maya. It's a nightmare about exporting things where you want them. Maya. That's actually not outrageous. I mean, it's an order of magnitude larger. I mean, it's actually more like, it's close to 50 times larger. So it's like, but it's half a meg. You're probably right. Like I probably could just subdivide. I mean, I could certainly do it manually for sure. I don't want to, but you're right. There actually may be a subdivision tool, but the idea would have been if I'm gonna do like manual stuff in Three.js, then I may as well just use that surface sampling. The one nice thing about this is you would be guaranteed to never get points that were like right on top of each other, right on top of each other. But your results would always be a bit more uniform. Okay, let's see. So 3.js subdivide. So division modifier. Interesting. I see. Oh, I see. So by default, it wants to round. Buffer subdivision modifier. Oops. Does that not exist? Yeah, wait, so we'd have to go in, we'd look for the dude, We do a buffer subdivision modifier. So that's not a terrible idea unless it does the rounding. And if we can't turn off the rounding. So I don't know. I don't want to go like, yeah, well, if I'm gonna do circle packing on top of that, it's not as important. Like it's gonna, I don't know. I don't know quite know yet. Let's start with what we have, just the bad random distribution, and then call it a separate problem to solve the random distribution problem. Because even the subdivision sampling, we still like, I want these at different scales and have them like, you know, so here's the current idea sort of is like, I want the dome to sort of look like, these are all very uniform. I want the dome to look like one of these things, but not as uniform. So in other words, I want some, it would be relatively easy to do this. I mean, not totally trivial, but fairly straightforward. But I want a lot of, I want variation in the sizes. And maybe, I'm certain I've seen this. And there's going to be lots of caveats to that, because a lot of what makes this particular, this particular thing we're looking at on screen now work is that petals are mushy. And I'm definitely not going to have like petal distortion from nearby flowers. Petal distortion? Petal distortion? How is there not one of these that is, like, that's not too bad. Like this. So there's like different blooms, but they're of different sizes, but they're relatively densely packed. And then I could fill in the blank with some like green filler. So this is kind of the idea of what I want to go for. And so I feel like circle packing would get me closest to this. And circle packing on that surface won't be too hard. I just don't know how to do it fast. Like and I believe there are like crazy fast circle packing algorithms, but a lot of the fast ones seem to have some like force or gravity, or they move around or whatever. And I cannot do that. That's not what I'm. But, you know, if it takes 10 seconds, that's bad. If it takes half a second, which is slow by computer standards, I think I could live with that, especially if we do it on a worker thread so it doesn't block. But anyway, so now we have points. So now the idea would be to, instead of instancing these spheres there, would be to instance blooms here. And so the idea would be what? We have our bloom randomizer and the random view. So we would just do this, basically. We'd get a random bloom. So that's, okay, we have a problem. We have a problem that sucks. Oh no, it doesn't suck. Wow, good. Okay, that's very good news. I was about to say we were like slightly screwed, but we do have a normal. Oops. Normal view. Okay. I mean, I do, yeah, I don't know, something about me. I also like the idea of like a dense mesh that we could do, but yeah, so I'm not opposed to that, but I still feel like we still want to pack on top of that, I think. Or maybe we don't, and you always grow at one of those nodes, and the thing that is randomized is more like the scale. I don't know. I mean, that's essentially what circle packing is. In the most naive implementation, though, is you just plot a bunch of points and then you grow them until they hit, and then you stop growing them. Anyway, that was the wrong thing to do, but whatever. You are the target normal. Don't just edit. C. Okay, so the idea would we get a target position, a target normal, Interesting. Get a color, I guess, if you give it a material and sample it. That's kind of cool. Okay, so here's what's a little... We need to actually, like, do this target matrix. I think we needed to compose it. And so the translation would be position. Rotation would be... What I need is like a look at. I don't know how to do that. I guess I have to make an Euler. I want to make a quaternion and have it look. Oh, come on. Rotate towards. I want to like target a vector 3. Axis angle. That's not quite right. Oh, unless the normal really can just be the Euler angles? Is that a possibility? Yeah, set from unit vector. That's exactly what I want, right? Wait. From to, I mean, maybe that is effectively the same as like the set Euler. I don't know. We'll try this. Oh, but we don't have that. Good grief. Okay. Set from unit vector. So from from 0 to, oops, target normal. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we just table that for now and get the implementation implemented. And then scale is just there's got to be a way to do this with just position and okay. I think that's all we need. So that should give us a normal. Okay, but the thing we're not doing, we're not going to use this instance mesh because we handle, instancing is all handled separately. So we actually don't need this. So we will get a set matrix. Okay. So what we have to do, get our random bloom. I have no clue what the scale is going to be on this. I think I think our blooms are massive. They're like a meter across or something, but that's fine. Okay, once we have our bloom, I should switch all my math randoms to 3.random so I can have random seeds, but I'm going to ignore that for the moment. Okay, and then we'll need a bloom. How do we apply a matrix to... Apply matrix for? Oops. Oh, honestly, I don't think I had to do all that because I don't need that separately. I was thinking with instancing you have to keep the matrices, but I don't think I have to have the matrices. Whoa! Okay. Well, the rotation didn't work, but that's pretty cool. Wow. Okay, well. Okay, let's do a couple things. Let's comment out the bloom view. So now we have this insanity. And how many was that? That's 1,000 flowers. That's almost certainly too many. I think a 512 was running on a phone, though. Anyway, let's... Like, our look is not right at all, but who cares? So we can do bloom.position equals target position. Bloom.rotation... I think you can do bloom.look at target normal. Oops. And this is copy. It is kind of a beautiful... Okay. Those normals don't feel right. Those normals feel very wrong. Maybe we need like the... That doesn't look like the surface normal. Target position. The target normal. We're getting the target normal. Target normal is a vector of 3. We don't care about the matrix. Let's just ditch the matrix. And what am I doing wrong? I mean, they are orienting, but they seem to be orienting along the, you know, maybe the normals could be broken. The normals could be bad. So let's go here. Let's undo our subdivision. Subdivisions look cool. Let's select this, mesh display, set to face. And I think we can view those the vertex, yeah, face normals. Okay. Face normals look okay. So you can see them as little, I don't know how that shows up, but yeah, little green lines. I don't know how to go back to perspective view. What have I done? Just let me go back. After I snap, how do I get back to perspective view? I hate you, Maya. Okay. Anyway, okay, so these normals look correct. I'll export selection just to make sure we have our current business. Okay, so this so far is going according to plan, which is good. I hate you, Maya. Okay. But I'm not convinced that's actually the problem. You know why? Because our plants, I think, are sure. Is along Z. So we actually need to do this and then like rotate them to be forward. So let's do a couple things. So this is actually expected because of this. Our plants are Y up, not Z up. So, and I'm assuming these surface normals. Wait, no. You would assume the surface normals would be. I don't know in 3JS actually. I don't know the answer. Anyway, let's do a bloom.scale.set. One like this. That's too small. Cute. Okay, and then how do we do this? So we're looking at the target normal, which must be setting forward to the Y. I don't know. I'm actually kind of confused about this. Yeah, I guess because we're not Z forward. So we need to like, is this returning a... The problem is I need to like rotate on its local axis. Like, oh, that is an axis in object space. Okay. So if the axis is, do you think that angle is in radians? Would be helpful if you told me that. Probably in radians, right? So on axis is going to be new. On the x axis. Oops. This is going to be radians, right? That is going to be half of pi. We only went 90 degrees instead of 180. That was just exactly backwards. Negative 90 degrees. And we finally got it. That looks pretty cool. I mean, you know, ignoring all the overlap, which is like why we're thinking about circle packing, but kind of into it. Okay, so let's start. I need to get into a bit better habit of this, of caching some of these things, like so we're not allocating all over the place needlessly. Actually, we could have probably done this instead. Okay, let's try that. Oh, we could have some globals for some of these things. Okay. Cool. Cool. Don't know exactly what I'm going to do here because I don't want to get this far into this. So that's going to be a little tricky of like what we do in this little boundary. But anyway, ignoring that, now we want to have some scale randomization. That might be too huge. Probably a way to scale with just a scalar and not a vector, but I don't know what it is. Okay. That, pretty freaking cool. Pretty freaking cool. Okay, I think we have to circle pack. I think we got to do it. Okay, I need a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, and then we will talk about what to do next. BRB. Oh no, the ball pit. Out of control. Wait, you stopped the balls. They were gonna come out of my mouth. Okay, try it. Ready? Ready? Go. Ready? You're not doing it. Sad. We can't even work together. I'll do it myself. You make you crying. Okay. Wait, we get back to work. Get back to work. On task. Okay, so we have something that is like extremely approximately the right thing. We have some density issues. For sure. And of course, we have tons of collision issues. You don't like my bathing cap? I love it. I love the bathing cap, and you're hurting my feelings. Okay, so we should do... Can we do this? I don't know if this actually works. Is that a thing that works? I thought you could grow a bloom. Is that not right? Grow. Oh, we have to give it a duration and a callback. I see. But we may have to like, okay, we have to call reset and then grow and get a duration and a callback. Got it. Can the callback be optional? All right, we don't have to have that. And the bloom. Oh, it's here. How do you do that? Like this? Great. Nailed it. We did it. How do you do this? Is it like... Yeah, those, I mean, I love those caps. Those look amazing. What are you talking about? Those look incredible. Okay, so, what is this, what is the, like, type definition for a function? Like, TypeScript. Is it like this? But how do you say, like, what the... Okay, so if it's a function and this is optional, is that how we do this? Okay. So what is my problem? So we set the material progress to 0, and then we're going to call this, but if we don't have callback, is that causing issues? So we can just do this, right? So why aren't we... Oh, I got a new test result. Oh, man. It's important. The answer is... Survey says... Service says I don't have COVID. Great. Although I probably caught COVID at the COVID tent because for some reason my healthcare provider makes you, which I understand, they makes you get tests before you have a major or even moderate, I guess, not major, moderate procedure, mild even. The term I'm looking for is escaping me. Anyway, but they make you go get tested to make sure you don't have COVID before you have a procedure done. But you have to go do it at the place that people with COVID are getting tested. So they're sort of saying like, okay, you can't do this procedure on you if you have COVID. It'd be dangerous. So go to the place where people have COVID, hang out with them for a while, get tested. Like, it just seems weird that they wouldn't have like a separate testing place. Anyway, why didn't this work? Oh, well, I know why. Of course I know why. Because we're not updating. We have to keep the blooms. Okay, we need a tidier way to do this because this isn't great. But let's just say... Yeah, well, I mean, I have home tests like as yours, but it was a requirement for me to get this procedure on Monday to go do an in-person test. They like require the fancier test, whatever it is. Yeah, it's perfect. Very good timing. Okay, so what are we doing here? So now we need to do this, which I'm not crazy about the way I have done this, but oh, this is gonna be kind of a weird one. How? Okay. Hang on. This is okay. Hang on. This can't go here. Okay, I got it. We take this. Let's put this in the. We need to make this a little more first class, like this whole idea of these views. But for now, this is okay. So these will be our blooms. These will have an animate loop, or what are we going to call it? I guess we just call it an update loop. Oops. Right? Yeah, right. And then this is where we're going to do our this thing. Oops. And then here. Oh, shoot, we need the clock. Do we not pass the clock, or what do we normally do here? I guess we just pass the clock. I don't know what actually my normal pattern is for that, actually. It looks like we just pass the time normally. I think I'd prefer that. Okay. Getting closer. Okay. So... and then we can do something down here like dome view. With I don't know, something like this. I'm sorry. Oh no. Get those balls out of here. I thought I had it set where if I closed and opened the thing, it would clear it, but I guess not. Okay, so we want a dome view, and then we'll pass the clock in, or the time in. So the same here. Yeah. Okay. This will be better. This is a good. In fact, we should just have like a collection of views or something, and have an interface for a view, but. Okay, we'll make an interface for this, but oops. So we'll add the dome view here, but then we'll also add it to this .views.push dome view. And then what? Oh, oops. Okay. Okay, just forget it for now. We'll make it better. So then we'll have a like this .views.for each view, and then each view will call. It'll get its update loop called. If is that how you do that? It's something weird actually. It's something like I don't know. Anyway, I mean, this should never happen, but that could happen. Okay, so we it still doesn't work because now we have to add the blooms to this .blooms.push bloom to add the bloom to the surface. Wow, cool. Okay, well, our camera position's terrible, and it grows way too fast. So, okay. Also, views should be responsible for their camera position, is what I'm gonna say. That's what I'm gonna say. But in the meantime, yeah, because this is all kind of a mess. Because that's really for the bloom view. But for now, we'll just I guess we pass the camera into the garden and let the camera, I don't know, force it. Okay, so dome, and this will just be like 1.67, like human height, 2 meters away or something. That was wrong. What? Where am I? Am I like inside the dome? Oh, right, because the center is the dome center. So I don't know, where am I supposed to be? So not there. I feel like where I should be. Maybe it's just because I'm looking down. You know, I'm like looking at the ground instead of straight ahead. From 5 meters away. I still think I'm outside instead of inside. I am. Okay. How big is this freaking dome? There we go. And then maybe 12 meters. Unclear. I might use the stems here. I think instead, yeah, we'll see how the circle packing goes, and I might have some Z. I think for this version, so here's where my mind is right this minute, just as far as like get this thing done for the dome, is I think the idea is that there will be multiple views. I have 2 different kinds of marker. So what I'm thinking is that this view, this dome view, does this kind of surface of the dome thing for the big triangular marker. And then it's seeming like we might need to have a secondary view inside the dome, and maybe inside the dome is where I do the stems. So I'm not 100% sure on that at the moment. The idea, though, would be essentially the same. It would just be that I would like pop these off. Even if I did use stems out here, I would just like pop them off the surface some, you know, and then grow stems back to the surface. So I'm not totally decided on that at the moment, but I'm kind of into where this is headed, I think. But it's like, we're actually going to have a couple problems that are kind of non-trivial problems. We're just going to have some additional boundaries we have to check with our radius check. Like we never want to go below the ground, and we never want to go inside this triangle, ideally. But I think below the ground is certainly easy enough because that's just where the earth is. But inside the triangle, I don't know. I'm sure there's a triangle intercept function that exists in the world. I am noticing that we seem to like go below Z in some cases with some of our flowers, which I didn't remember being the case. So one might make the case that we should pop them up a little anyway, just to get them off the surface a little. Okay, so I'm pretty pleased with where this is headed. We will want some green stuff too, but the green stuff is just going to be another kind of bloom, I think. It may even be simpler than that, but we'll see. Just to like fill in the blanks a little bit. We'd have like some of these, some subset of these, some fraction of these would be like little green dudes, basically. But that seems very, very achievable. So the main thing that is like hard and that I can just feel my brain not wanting to try to solve is to solve the circle packing solution. So let's just do a quick review of what circle packing is. And just think about it, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's a P5 example. So this is the very brute force method of circle packing. And this method is you just like hang out in a loop. And you grow them. Do you pre-calculate anything? Okay, so this is just like forcing a big circle in the middle. That's boring. I don't want to do that. Get it out of here. Let's make it take too long. Like, how do you know when you're done? Or maybe you don't. Yeah, that is one way to do it. Actually, now that you say that, I can, right? Because it does let you do color weights. So that's actually a great point. Is that with the, I think one of the parameters to the mesh sampler has, or somewhere, where is that thing? Oh my gosh, I'm sleepy. Okay, I'm in the wrong file, which would, you know, it's not in the file that it isn't in. Usually, if you're looking, this is a good programming tip. Is like if you want to work on some code, is to open the file that the code is actually in, and not in a different file. Yeah. So set weight attribute. I don't know what that means actually. But that, I did see that you could set a color. So I think you set a material or whatever. So yeah, we could. I think we can figure it out. But what do you call, I just don't quite understand it. Like, what are my options for this? But we can go read the documentation, I guess. I was just hoping the documentation would be in the code. But I guess that's not the code, that's the type definition. So I don't know. Set weight attribute specifies a vertex attribute to be used as a weight when sampling from the surface. Faces with higher weights are more likely to be sampled. Those with weights of 0 will not be sampled. Randomly distributed by error. So as a vertex attribute, the color would be the thing. which actually I think works fine because then I could very easy. Yeah, okay. Vertex weights can be written or painted by hand as vertex colors. Yeah, I see. So this is using vertex colors, I believe. Right? Yes. Okay. So I could in Maya, right? In Maya, I would have to subdivide at least once, maybe more. But yeah. But I don't know. So that doesn't. There's still that doesn't like fully guarantee the no below the ground thing, but that's very easy because that's just don't go negative y in world. Okay, so how does this thing work? So does this just mean we like try to add? I see. So it means we like try 1,000 times a frame? So every frame, I see. So every frame you try to make some number of new circles. And I don't think this is how I do it. It's a little it's pretty tricky actually. Like so there's the way that so my like naive, I don't know much about this algorithm or anything. Like the way I would kind of think is you could start with a sampling of points, which we have. Like you start with all your points, and then you just start growing a radius per each of those points, and you stop when you hit something else. That is like enormously computationally inefficient. It's like whatever, n squared, is that right? Is that when you have to check everything against everything? But maybe that's fine. I mean, it's like 1,000,000 checks, right? That's a lot. If you have 1,000, is that true? Am I thinking this correctly? If you have 1,000 sample points and you're trying to do this, I mean, once they hit, you take them out. So it's really only, it's like 1,000,000 checks per iteration. It's 1,000,000 checks per iteration, but it decreases over time. Because once something has been hit, you don't have to. No, you do. You don't have to check it anymore because it's already hit, but you do have to check against it. So it's not like it's totally removed from the pool. But that's good. That's actually fine. Well, no. I mean, you're still checking against it. So you're still checking, like, it's like n minus something times n or something. Like as you, I don't know how to exactly express it, but is that good enough for our purposes? And does it like do the job? The thing about this that is like a durative thing is it gives them time to grow, and it like fills in the blanks, which we don't have. Like if I just did a random sampling to begin with, so there's another way that I could think of doing it where you like iterate through, you like pick a point on the mesh, right? And you just place a flower. And then the next time you try to place a flower, you just make sure that you don't hit a flower. And you can have some number of checks. And then maybe, okay, this is a naive way to do this, but maybe it's fine. Because for any given new flower, you care. Like for any given new flower, it's a problem. But I think that's okay. Okay, so I just want to think about this for a second. So you would generate your random set of points initially, and you would make it way too dense. Deliberately too dense. And then over time, I mean, this is going to be our same thing we did last time, to just sort of like lazy... okay. I actually did something similar to this for another project that weirdly involved planting plants, but this will be a different approach. With that, I was like raycasting against the mesh and whatever. I think we can make this way simpler. Okay, so let's just think about how would we do this? It really is going to be very similar to the thing we wrote last time, right? The lazy... Yeah, interesting. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. I mean, it's going to be very similar, in fact. Like, to the point that it's almost identical. The only thing that will change is that for each new one... Yeah, I mean, I don't even know that I have to cull. I might kind of like implicitly get a cull. Although now that you say that, actually, that's a good point, because I could, as I went through, if I found points that were just invalid, I could flag them as invalid. So you're actually right. That is, there'd be a culling as part of the process, I think. Okay, I think we're on to something. I think so. Oh yeah. Okay, it's starting to come into focus. Okay, so we're gonna start with this, which is very similar to what we had previously for the flower view. Where we're doing this, where we're doing generate flower. And so we're gonna want a like generate bloom. No, that's good. Right. Yeah. Because you would yeah, of course. That's great. That's what's good about this. That's what's good about the initial random sampling is as things are invalid, you know they're invalid forever. You just take them out of the list. That's good. That's quite good. Okay, I like it. All right, so let's do a generate bloom. I could do a pre-pass. I could do a pre-pass, but I think what I'm proposing is that the cleanup pass is in step with the placement pass. It'll make sense in a second. I think what I'm saying is gonna work. Like, I don't think I have to do any cleanup on it. I think I can like tidy up as I go. So in some ways it will become, yeah, this is good. This is good because as there are more flowers, there will be more checks, right? So the placement is going to get slower over time, but we will also cull those invalid points as we go. So we've got like, so I don't know if we will hit like a good equilibrium, but it feels better. So we're not like spiraling into like whatever it is, like n squared. Like we're yeah, and when I place something, that that implicitly comes out of the list. So this is actually much better, right? This is better than... Oh man, our lazy way of doing things is going to really save the day, I think. So what we actually have to do here is what? We'll need a structure that stores all of these, but that's fine. Right, so we need a structure, and then when we generate a bloom, we're going to do this. The thing that's going to be missing is the target position and target normal, but that's fine. We'll just cook that basically. Um, and then the thing that is going to say when we were ready to go, like our the bloom count that we want is actually going to be in here. Wait, is that true? Oh, maybe, okay. Maybe the sampler doesn't exactly give me that. I thought I could get all the points simultaneously, but maybe, can I actually not do that? I can build it. Okay, that's fine. So I still do need to, I still have to loop that, but whatever. This is a one-time thing just to do the dude. So that's, I can deal with that because this is its own count. So we will need like a samples, you know, we'll just have an array of samples and then, this is kind of annoying. Yeah, we have to make new ones every, oh well, whatever. Okay, so then we need like a samples.push, and it'll just be a little data structure. We can make an interface for it if we want. That is, we'll push the target position and the target normal. We need a way to ditch that. I mean, we can just have like a true as like, yeah. What are you mad about? What? I just want to push to an array. A sample is not an array. Oops. Okay. And then we need like a valid equals true or something like that. And then so we can pop those off. And then after we pop them off, we'll just filter the array. It's not the most efficient thing, but it's fine. Okay. So starting to get there. So what we will need to do when we decide it's gonna be something like what? We'll try 128 times per frame or something. We can certainly tune that, but we'll just say like, and then let sample. Do we get a random sample? I guess. Oops. And then okay. We're gonna get a sample, and then we need to we need to check the sample. Again, so like check sample. But let's ignore, we're gonna ignore that for the moment, that we need to check the sample, and we're just gonna do this. And then after we've used the sample, we need to invalidate it. So it's gonna be this dot samples dot sample index equal dot valid equals false, and then break. And then we need to filter samples. Okay, this could be bad. It could be bad, but and Actually, we set the wrong variable up here. I don't know. Oops. Okay. So everything's broken, but that's fine. So now we need to say that this is our sample target position and our sample target normal. And we have very exciting errors, but come on, buddy. Come on. Just let me see what the error is. That's fine. Okay, target position. Oh, it's just position and normal. I'm so tired. Okay, so how are we doing? Position. Did I not say this.samples.push position? Sometimes I like to misspell position in a way that is hard for me to read. Sample. This.samples with the sample index. Sample.position. Why would sample.position ever be null? What did I do wrong? What silly thing have I done? Okay, to be clear, if I don't do this, this shouldn't happen. It still happens, so there's something still wrong. It's hard to tell sometimes, like the JavaScript console can like break and be broken between runs. So you can reload the page and still have errors from the previous. Okay. So let's just say we want one bloom. What am I doing wrong? Is it the this dot? No? Samples. I'm pushing. What's my problem? Why is samples null? What like totally obvious thing am I missing? Well, if I had... Can I specify inline, like kind of an inline interface, what this is? Like that it's an object of like, you know, that it's a object with a vector 3.vector3. Or do I have to separately like can I kind of like inline do a interface definition? Oops. Oh, or should I specify this? Oh, good grief. An array of those. Okay, I just need to do something that's like, I just do this. Probably have to have that outside of a class. Can we just do this? Are you happy? I mean, you're definitely not happy, but... Samples. Okay, that didn't actually solve any problems. I was hoping it would expose some silly error. What am I doing wrong? That's domes. It's an array of dome samples. This is a dome sample. It seems happy here. Like if I do this, it should be mad, right? Yeah. This is my array of dome samples. Like what? There's no chance that the code below could run. Just verify that the code below can run before this. Like, can't. Oh, of course it can. This is an OBJ that has to load. It's asynchronous. Okay. That didn't fix the problem. Still didn't fix the problem. Maybe. Let me log those. Okay, give me a dome sample. Oops. I mean, probably. I'm probably just doing something ridiculous. We have a position, a normal, and a validity dude. We have a giant array of 512 samples. I mean, to me, it feels like a this dot thing, honestly. So just to verify, let's see, console.log this, and make sure that I'm in my, oops, dome. I expect to be in dome view. So I'm in dome view here, but maybe I'm not in dome view here for reasons I don't understand. Like, what is this here? Oops. Okay, I screwed up. Like, where am I? I'm in dome view. So what am I doing? Did I like accidentally have two dome views or something absurd? Like, yeah, look. So I'm like, I have a dome view here. I'm in a dome view. Within my this, so in my dome view, my samples is 512. So what insanely silly problem? Because then by 79, is my sample index horrible or something? Maybe my sample index is bad. Is that possible? That'd be very funny. It is. It is. It's the. That's all it is. Wow, JavaScript, you couldn't give me a better error than that? I was trying, whatever. I was using a float as an array index. And I guess, is that valid? JavaScript? Good grief. Whatever. Okay, 512. Or let's say we just want 128 flowers. So that gives us our flowers. They're growing very slowly. So this is without we're not doing anything smart right now. We're only being dumb at the moment. Why are they so slow? That was a silly mistake. I guess so. I guess that, I mean, I feel like other languages would not let you do that, but JavaScript is do whatever you want, whenever you want. Okay, so now we want to do like this dot samples equals array. No, this dot samples dot filter sample sample dot valid. That should filter out the invalid ones. So now we're at least throwing away points we've already used. Right? So now we have to throw away points that fail the distance check. And this is where it's going to be a little annoying. But let's just use our brains here. There's no just distance. Is it cool? I don't know. I think I hate it. I don't think I like that. I mean, I think I without looking, I think the case would be that JavaScript, JavaScript types insofar as it has types, like the type it has is number. And so maybe a number can be an array index. Maybe anything can. I don't think so. I don't think strings can. Anyway, I don't know. It was definitely a silly mistake on my part. It's a mistake that I kind of would have hoped that something in the chain of software would have found. But yeah, it was at the end of the day my mistake. So when we do this, we need to pick a random sample that we like, and then check all existing blooms. And the position already is the sample, so that's fine. So now we're going to go through the blooms, and we're going to do a distance check. Sample.position.distance to bloom.position. That should all be valid. And if distance is less than some number I make up, distance is less than 10 centimeters, I think we're operating in meters, then continue the loop and mark this sample invalid. Oh, shoot. We don't know the sample that the bloom came from. Oh, we don't, but that's fine. We don't care about that. It's this sample that's invalid, so that's fine. So this dot samples sample index. Yeah, the sample that the bloom came from, we already invalidated when we made the bloom. So anyway, separate problem. Valid equals false. And then we just continue. Is that not? I want to break this whole loop though. Like, is that only breaking this loop? Did I just return? But that's returning from this function, though. Okay, that's not true. I gotta think about this for a second. Okay, if it is... valid starts as false. We want to just look for things that are greater than. If we do find something that we are greater than, Valid equals true. If, gosh, this is a tricky one. So if we have a sample point that is less than where we want to be, then it is that sample we don't ever want to check it again, right? We've determined that that is too close to a bloom. So that sample is like out of the running. I am actually anticipating that there's a, we can hit a problem here, but whatever. We could run out of samples before we placed all our blooms, but let's just. Yeah, you could do that and then like resample or something. I don't know. Anyway, so if we find something that we like, we should, how do we get out of this for each? Like, interesting, use every. Wait, sorry. Add note for hook. I lost the thread. I don't know. Like, how do I break out of a for each? You just can't. It would stop iterating through the array whenever the callback function returns false. Oh, I see. Okay, that's fine. So, oops. So call this on every. If it's false, return true. Valid equals to return false. That's very confusing. So now, well, I'm trying to just mark it as. I think, am I not doing that? You could reduce weight in the, oh, forever? Well, I'm just going to take it out. I want to just throw it away because I'm going to filter anything that's marked as invalid down here. Maybe we're saying the same thing. But I think this will do the job. I just have to like think through this weird condition for this loop. So we have a sample that we think we like. Yeah, if we get through this point, we actually find no samples. We've like basically run out of samples. So if yeah, so this is a weird case. We're just going to be like, if valid equals false, we've like run out of samples. And then we just return, and that'll just get called next frame. But that seems very unlikely. If we generate enough. Okay, well, just to say, it's very unlikely. And then, I mean, I don't actually know what these numbers are, I guess, is the problem. So the distance is from the sample position to the bloom position. If the distance is greater than, how funny, what's the distance? Like what? Is this just invalid or something, or? Every bloom. I mean, this feels like that didn't run that at all. What? So valid's false, but we want to run through the blooms. Oh, we've never created a bloom. Right. Okay. Well, uh, well, that's pretty silly. I guess we need to start with the assumption that we are valid. Okay, so that's much too close. So, ah, well, shoot. That's what I want though. That's what I want. This is a bad name. This is like is the current sample it wait. Sorry, what did I do? I didn't do this. Valid equals true, false. Wait, what's wrong? Valid can be equal to valid. Wait, what am I missing here? Old. Am I old? Is that what you're telling me? I also just realized I fundamentally have like a major problem here, actually. There's a substantial issue. Valid is true, valid is true, valid is false. I set the one on the sample. I mean, this should be called like bound. Okay, right. Okay, I'm okay. Well, we have a bigger problem here, actually. So this actually just happens. We don't ever have to do this, or do we? Yeah, we have to do that whether we place or not. Like, kind of whether we place something or not. We want to say that that sample is no longer valid because we've used it. Whether we skip over it or whether we skip over it or well, obviously I have to do it after this though. Let me think about this. I think I need to. Okay, there's two major problems here actually, but I'm gonna try to like. I'm gonna call this. Ugh, I'm just confusing myself. Okay. Well, I just use it when I clean up down here with the filter. So I'm not modifying a collection I'm iterating on. That's the only reason for this. That's the only reason. But you're right. I would only do that one time. Whether whether I use it or not, it's used. Like, so this could be called like used or something. Or like available. Okay, but so here's the issue. We're going to check the bloom. We're going to get the distance. If the distance is greater, then it's valid, and we return false because that's how you break in every loop. Otherwise, it's not valid, and then we loop again. And then we say if valid is equal to false, we say, hey, you don't have any more samples. So, but what we decided is you actually have to start true and then make this 10 centimeters or whatever. Is that not centimeters? I'm trying to think of what my units are here. Whether it's in centimeters or it's in meters. What are my units? Did I make them? I thought I made them meters. So that's pretty weird. Because you'd only have this like if you ran out. Like it would just be like the last thing that was set. Right? Is that correct? Did I get the every backwards? It stops iterating when the callback returns false. So we basically want to break. Okay, so this is continue. Return to is continue. Return false is break. I'm still pretty confused here, though. Is that error actually really an error? Also, why is my distance? My distances don't make very much sense to me. Did I not do the distance correctly? There's no scale on the overall mesh. It's not childed to the mesh. Yeah, so I think I just need to think it's like if I've touched it, either I use it or I don't, but either way I don't want to touch it again. So I'm going to just call that, I'm just going to say it's not available anymore, I think. So console.log blooms. Oops. Almost. Like Valheim music. Okay, we can see like our bloom count is going up and our samples are they're going down as we go. These distances don't make sense to me, though. Like, what are the units of these? Are those meters? Like, what is the distance to? If I'm operating in meters, wouldn't you think that would give me the... I mean, I guess I could do distance squared, make it faster, but still, like, what is wrong with my distance calculation? Or what is wrong with my sample position calculation? Like, are these units not what I think they are? Because this doesn't look right. Like, in fact, it looks totally wrong. It looks like I'm never... 384. Yeah, I'm getting a true every time. against the blooms. Is that really right? Like, is the bloom position actually what I think it is? We copy the bloom position here. We scale it. We do scale it, but that should not affect the position. We rotate on axis, and we add it to the bloom list. I mean, we would get some pulses here, but still doesn't seem like... Definitely missing something. Yeah, they could rotate. That would be nice. I agree. But let's try to figure out why everything's broken first. Like, why is my... Okay, we don't need to do this. Yeah, that's so. What's the problem here? I don't understand. Is this some just like really silly oversight, like it usually is? Like, what are the units? Because the units should all be in meters, unless there's something about when I imported the OBJ. But that's like that should be 1 meter. And so like, why are the units, if I say that you only... Oh, wait. Hang on. I check. Okay, let's just try to like simplify this a little bit. Let's try to check this only once per frame. Or yeah, once per like attempt to What are these units? Like, from here to here, I could certainly see 7 being a thing, but like, how am I not... Oh. Right. Okay. This is silly. My logic's just bad here. Yeah, of course. Okay, of course. Let me just rethink this for a second. Yeah, this is just bad logic. Valid should be false. Yeah, I'm overcomplicating things. I think I'm just tired. Yeah, this is bad logic. All we're looking for is validity here. Like, we don't... The decision on whether or not to bail... Okay, so valid would be equal to true. We would never do this. Okay, and then now we need to... Samples 512. Okay, but this was the issue, like, if we didn't have a bloom. Well, you know what? Gosh, let me think about this for a second. Like, if... No. Right. We just need to flip this logic. It's all backwards. It's just backwards. So you start with validity. Then we're just looking for anything. If it's less than 1, then you're not. Then you're not okay. Otherwise, you're fine. Okay. I don't know why it took me so long to get to that, but okay. And then we really want to be at like 10 centimeters. And yes, we did run out of samples, but that's fine. That's just because we were too close. Okay. So, that still seems very broken. So now what's broken? Well, the problem was, is I was like, the first time I saw a valid space, I was being like, great, I found a valid space, but that's not right. I have to check. I always have to check everybody, and as soon as I find one that isn't valid, like, you're done. There's no validity anymore, um, which is that's fine. But here's the big issue. Okay, so for example, I think now that I've done all this, I'm realizing that I just fundamentally do not like this approach, and realizing that it's like actually just wrong in some ways. But I'll explain that in 1 second. Let me take the randomized scale out of it, because then we'll see that we are at least getting a distribution where things are not right on top of each other, right? So this scale of 0.1. Okay, one problem is our flowers aren't normalized, but that's fine. We can go in and do the work to normalize our flowers, so that's fine. No, I'm not trying to. It's not Verneuil. It's I was thinking I could like cheat my way into circle packing, but I just realized like there's a major oversight that is very, very silly, and I'm trying to decide how I want to deal with it, slash if I want to deal with it, you know. um ugh. Okay, yeah, there's I thought I okay, I thought just an oversight in thinking like, oh yeah, we've got this efficient thing where we're only checking the blooms against the one exists, it's all fine, that's all good. And that's sort of true, except for one major problem, which is like we want variation in our scale. Like we want that. That's like a requirement of our of what we're trying to do here. So we can do this and kind of enforce that we don't have collisions. We have nothing colliding, but that is not that does nothing for us in terms of this the thing we actually want, which is the circle packing. The circle packing, we need to also, now maybe I'm not saying this is not salvageable, it's just that I just wasn't thinking of this right, the right thing here. We need to maintain and like understand the boundaries of this distance needs to be per, this distance is not a constant, I guess, is the main thing we're kind of missing here. Well, right, but that's the problem. Well, okay, but you can, so binary, that's one way to think of it, but there's if you do that, then you have to like check different scales. So one way to solve this problem is that you plant at a fixed size, but then every time you check, you have to start small and like do multiple checks for each against everybody. The better approach, I think, is that, yeah, here's, okay, I think the better approach, I think it is to as we're growing and while we're growing and until either, oh god, this sucks, this is actually kind of hard, it's hard, no, this isn't gonna work, because we do actually still need to be checking all blooms against each other. No, and I'm not sure if I'm explaining well what I want here. Like, to get this packing and this kind of density, I'd need to either place at an arbitrary size, but then not just check it against everybody else, check it against everybody else relative to their size and at multiple sizes. So one way to think about it is like every time I place one of these, this is not a constant. it is relative to whatever I think I want my current scale to be and the current scale of the existing bloom. So there'd be an additional iteration in here that was trying to find the max size. And that's bad, I think, because that means if you go with this approach, it means every time you want to place something, not only do you have to check against every bloom, you have to check against every bloom at every scale you think you want to be. So I don't think that's the thing to do. I don't think that's the approach to go. The alternative approach is that we place these all at like a basic baby. I mean, it's the naive approach. It's this approach is like you place everything at a tiny size, like a minimum size. So there'd still be a minimum check here, right? There'd still be a minimum check. This is like below a certain size, you don't do it, right? But then over time, while we're doing that, yeah, but the individual, well, no. If I want to grow to fill a space and circle pack, I need to check at every scale I want to be, unless I'm also always growing every bloom and checking the scale, which I think is better, which is basically what is happening here. Is you place, the decision to place a circle is a constant, right? Is a constant to say, let me see what's going on with every bloom, right? So that is what, we have that working, and that is what gets us here, is, you know, we're good with this, like, or what, you know, whatever number we pick as our constant is like, you can't be within 10 centimeters, and we have enforced that, and it's fine. It's actually not fine. You can see here, I think it's actually, is it like 25 centimeters, just based on whatever I said the scale was. So this would be correct-ish, you know. Obviously we've run out of samples and we only have 127 blooms or whatever, but this is just the first part of the problem. The next part of the problem is we need to be growing these blooms. If we do it this way, which is again like the straightforward way, those blooms will be growing and scaling, but they'd be growing at like a different, I don't know, man. You gotta think about this a little bit, because it's not, there has to be a way to like pre-calculate this, but I don't know that I care. I mean, like, I do like the path we're headed where we're just calculating on the fly. Well, yeah, I mean, we wanted to, yeah, certainly there's two problems. Is we want the flowers to be as big as they can be. But we also, yeah, without colliding, but doing, like, solving both of those problems at the same time, like in terms of the placement and the grow, they're kind of two separate problems. But I think that's okay. I think that's actually okay. So the thing we have to do though is we actually want like a bloom container, sort of, and that's going to keep track of what it's, yeah. I'm gonna think about this a little bit, because we really want that scale to be independent of the scale of the bloom itself, I think. Because again, these blooms are like silly big. Or maybe that's fine, actually. Maybe that actually turns out to be fine, because you'd have some radius that you wanted to place it at. And if we said, okay, yeah. I mean, we need both. We want maximum density and we want no collision. That's the realm of circle packing. And there's like circle packing algorithms where you place and then kind of magnetize together, but we don't want to move anything. We want like things to be where they are. And so I think that's okay. Okay, so, you know, one of our problems here, for example, let's try a couple things. Let's just try a couple things. And this is definitely going to be like one of those weird toony sort of things. So I think one problem is we do need like an excessive number of samples, like probably at least, I mean, you can imagine doing close to 10 times the number of samples. Do we really already run out of samples? Oh, yeah, right. Sorry, that doesn't mean, that no longer means we ran out of samples. So we still have plenty of samples, so that's fine. So this is reasonable. The secondary problem is the like growth and density. But if we were able to normalize all of our blooms into a unit circle, yeah, we're gonna have some other problems. I'm realizing. I'm gonna ignore that for just the moment right now because all these really like toothy open ones, we need to pop these off the surface. Okay, but anyway, so the here's my proposition. I'm going to propose that our flowers will operate in a range of whatever 0.1 to 0.25. Like that's a range of scale that we want to try to place our flowers. So for example, we could make these, and this would be ridiculous because it's the wrong distance check. But like we would say, for example, maybe this is as big as a flower can be, because I don't think it's important to me that they are like you know, accurate in terms of botany. I think we can have big silly flowers. In fact, I want big silly flowers, but I think this is probably on the large end of it. So here's what we do. We place flowers at 0.1 scale, which we need to enforce is like means something in world space. Like we need to understand what that measurement is. Ideally, it's 10 centimeters to 25 centimeters. That doesn't look true right now. Maybe that's actually true in terms of being a radius. I think it is actually. That's true in terms of being a radius. That's problem number one. Then we want to grow them, and that's problem number two. And that's not that hard. You know, in other words, like not just the bloom grow, but also the scale. And then yeah, like as yours, they can also rotate, of course. I think it'll be cute if we do all those on top of each other. It'll be like nice layered animation of the like sort of sculpted animation plus scale plus rotation. I think all of that together will be cute. But to do that, we have to also be doing that distance bounds check every time we try to have a flower grow bigger. But I think that's totally fine. I think we can totally do it. So I'm gonna take a bathroom break, and then I think we can do this in like 2 hours. I don't know if that's true, but I'll be right back. Hello there. Okay, so right. So I think the first thing we probably need to do, let's like make bloom view. Excuse me. Okay, let's make a garden view maybe, right? I forgot how to do this. Like how do you say, okay, it's kind of weird. It's like this. Fine as a number. Okay. We're gonna have the idea of being a garden view. Can you extend a group and conform to an interface? Is that a thing I can do? Can you do both in TypeScript? I want to do both. Implements. Okay. Interesting syntax. Okay, so this is going to implement garden view in addition to being a... Okay. That seems fine to me. So... I mean, what do you mean? Like XY, I mean, it's just the XYZ position of the flower. I just happen to be getting it from the flower position. You mean like a grid? Do you mean like a big grid? Like filling slots in a big grid? I mean, you know, position is just a grid of a certain amount of accuracy in space. So I could do the same thing by having a lower accuracy sample. But it would be more regular, right? Like whatever the resolution of that grid is, the flowers would always align to it. So fundamentally, under the hood, the flowers would always be on a grid. If you have a dense enough grid, that would be fine. You'd still see the randomness, but with the thing that I'm doing, you're just using a grid of infinite density, basically. So I mean, it doesn't give me that much because I do care about how it occupies space. It's not just about filling a slot. It's not just about filling a bucket because I have to expand in that space. So then it would actually be more complicated to have a grid like that because an individual bucket occupying an individual spot in that grid would need to also be able to occupy more in that like lattice or whatever. So in this case, that is not the way I would do it. But that doesn't give me, I don't think that gives me anything I don't already have, right? Like, the indices of that matrix would be at XY position, but why not just use spatial coordinates and get all of the benefits of those being spatial coordinates with like the vector math and all that stuff? Because the radius is in world space, so I still have to operate in world space, right? Like I'm still thinking in world space, basically. Okay, so we have our dome view. We're gonna have our... Did I copy everything? Oops. Nope. You're so stupid. The notion that I would like paste something and then undo it, but you would still copy that to the buffer is so annoying. I don't think you're understanding exactly what I want. Like I have to check that. I have to know that. That's the only way that you can do these circle packs. Like, I mean, that's not true. It's not the only way to calculate them, but the other ways are more intensive. With the approach that I'm going through, I have to always check everything against everything. Like that's the only way you know to stop growing, is because you touch somebody around you. I don't think with this particular approach, there's certainly other approaches for sure, but with this particular approach, which feels like the most straightforward and achievable, oh, well, yes, I see what you mean. Well, not implicitly. You're saying like filtered in some way to only, like a pre-pass to only check against some that are nearby. Is that what you mean? But I only know that it's over there because of the distance check, right? Like, so if I had it even on some array or something, I would have to check that first and then check the radius boundary. So it'd be 2 checks. So I get, like, intuitively that sounds weird, but well, no, because then I have to have 2 passes. That means I have to have 2 passes. I would have a proximity pass to see, like, what do I think is near me, which is a distance check, right? In like a lower resolution distance check, which I have to check everybody to see if you're near me. Even if you're over here on a grid, I still have to check if you're near me. And then after that, I also have to do the check, the radius check. So like, I don't really see much advantage to that, because it would just be like, you know, spatial partitioning already does the thing that I want. Like a secondary partitioning scheme just is additional math. Like it's an additional check. I mean, I get what you're saying, but like that's another thing. It's a new check. So even if you're making some savings by having a secondary partition that you're searching within, you still have to do the work to maintain that like alternate spatial partition. And you have you kind of lose some of the benefits of, I mean, that means I have to have a whole nother coordinate space I'm operating in. It makes everything more complicated. Like and I don't think the cost to like quickly discard this because of a distance check. I mean, actually, you know, if you're really bothered by that, all the distance checks, we could just do distance squared checks and not do the square root. And then the math on that is then like super trivial. So yeah, you could make the case to me that we should not do distance and we should do distance squared checks, but I don't think we want like a secondary partitioning scheme. So, okay, I'm just gonna do these views real fast. And actually, like, how do you spell bouquet? Why can't I spell it? Bouquet, class. Arrangement view. What did I call that thing? Garden view. Okay, so we got to do a little cleanup to get here. Would it run faster to have to do 2 checks? Maybe like trivially, but I think the added complexity of having a whole separate coordinate system that you're operating in just to try to filter some things out to do a radius check for, like, especially if you're doing a distance squared check, it is so trivial. Like, yeah, it might be microseconds faster. Like not in by any means fast enough to, like, it's certainly not orders of magnitude faster at all. Like it would be very, very trivially faster. Now, if I was doing like a billion flowers, then sure, you'd want like chunkier spatial partitions. But then again, even you still have to do a distance check, and then it's annoying because you're doing a distance check in some like arbitrary coordinate space that you've invented. So you can't use like the built-in functions. Sounds annoying, especially because we're in a weird situation where we're not conformed to an arbitrary grid at all. We're like operating in world space on an arbitrary mesh. So like, no, I do not like it. Okay, so our idea is going to be let's turn this also into a view. We do want to keep the views there. We do want to be able to I don't know exactly what I want to do with this. We haven't This is a little weird, but let's just try to keep this simple, and we can break all this out. Because then we can just take this and no, I have that. But we need like break this out, stick it in here. And that should let us give us our alternate view types. Okay, so there's like, who's calling render? Yeah, we don't need to do that. Okay, so just trying to get to the point that we are. I mean, I kind of like that it happens over time. We could certainly plant more than one flower per frame, but kind of like the durative aspect. And this is all happening at 60 FPS, and I don't see a reason that wouldn't run at 60 on a phone. Now the secondary bounds check kind of sucks. I will admit that. Okay, so just before we go down this path, the concern here, right, is like as we're growing these and we're doing the check everybody against check everybody, which is not really true. It's not everybody against everybody. It's everybody against, you know, whoever hasn't been checked, because you've already checked against the other. That's not true. No, actually it is everybody against everybody. I don't know, actually. Well, that's a okay. Let's finish this cleanup, because that actually that's a pretty complicated problem. What I'm trying to decide is like, there's also the idea that we just like fully try to offline this. Get the points, do all the like grow over time thing, but like, I don't know. Okay, anyway, we know we have some things that we have to figure out anyway, which is like normalizing our flower size. So that's a requirement. So we should be able to now just, wherever I do that. Okay. Excuse me. So I think part of the problem is these are like not close to normalized at all. Maybe the little ones are. So let's have a little normalized sphere. So actually, our little guys are not too far off from. Not too far off from normalized. So how am I going to do this without having to do a ton of like finicky stuff? Okay, so we really need to have per view cameras, but okay. Oops, so sleepy. Okay, let's do this. Is this the bloom view? And this? Okay, so really it'd be nice to have an orthographic camera for this, huh? Great. Got our cute orthographic camera. Why do those circles not look... Why aren't our circles round? Uh-oh. Probably have to give it the aspect ratio. Okay. We don't need it to be... What's this number? Oops. What? Well, it doesn't matter because it's for the graphic. So it's something like... You don't like specify the orthographic scale? Zoom. But that's not part of the constructor. I see. Okay. How's that? Terrible. What? Can you not just set the zoom like that? You scale it? I don't know what I'm doing. This is annoying. Why is it so annoying just to have an orthographic camera and set the... Why didn't it like it when I got small? Is that the near clip or something? I don't know. I don't know. I don't care very much. I just need to look at these with an orthographic camera. Thanks. Okay. That was way too much effort. Okay, so I feel like, look at our poppies are quite close actually. Our tulip's close. So our other flowers are a bit of a problem. So the kind of question is, how do we want to address this? Because used to have the ability to just scale. I mean, I don't know. This seems pretty annoying to I don't want to go in and tune all these numbers. We used to have this. So when you create the shoots, could do it in that transform matrix, but yeesh. It kind of sucks though, because it's like this matrix thing, so we'd have to modify the matrix for those. So it's like not trivial, unfortunately, to just have an overall scale, unless we had an additional container inside, would be like a pretty lazy way to do this. So you'd essentially have another group inside here. Or you'd apply an additional scale here when you... I don't know, man. I mean, you could sneak it in here. That's the bloom preset. No, not the shoot preset. So like, how do I want to deal with this? I really don't want to like have to go through and sort of manually tune. But maybe that's the thing to do. Wait, what flower was this? It's the alpine lily. That's the alpine lily petals. Why didn't that change anything? I see. So that'd be 1.5. It's fairly close. It was silly, but let's try it. To shrink everything.
I came from Brazil.
Yeah, there's issues though. Like, what is the default max width? Or height, sorry. Oops, that's supposed to be divided by 2. Oops. I don't know, I kind of like it though. I'd rather that there was kind of like a... We basically just had like bounding spheres or something. Do I like that more? It's 3 have like the idea... Okay, here's what I'm gonna propose actually. I think I'm gonna think about this just a little bit, but the yeah, but I think we I mean, I don't want to do collision. I just want to like use it. So I don't actually want to I don't remember Sphere having, or 3 having collision. I thought you had to use external libraries, but here's what I'm going to propose, because I think this is actually the way to do it. This is how I would do it in Unity. In Unity, I would use actual colliders, but I'm going to propose that instead of... yeah, okay. So I got to think through this just a little bit, but the idea would be... the following is that actually the we will make this kind of a first-class citizen of a bloom. As a kind of collider. So then we'd have like because this will help us visualize as well. So oops. Wait, it's not a wireframe material? Oh, I see. Right. From geometry, it's not a material. Yeah. Okay. And then now make it nice and green. Great. That looks totally awesome. Why is it so, what's wrong here? Why is it so broken? What did I not do? Do like a wireframe thing? I just can't remember. So you make that, you do this. I see, you do this. So it's not. I don't know what you're complaining about. So geometry with the size. We're gonna make new wireframe geometry. What are you complaining about? Okay, looks great. Okay, we've got our cool wireframes. So these are just going to be our colliders, basically. And that'll just let us like tune this stuff a little better, I think. That's not how you do this. I thought I had. Anyway, okay. And so it's a little weird. We probably want to lift them all, but I'm gonna kind of ignore that for the moment. Or maybe I'm not. I don't know. Excuse me, please. Okay. Blah. Okay. Now, okay. So here's the notion, right? Is that we'll have some collider radius. And we'll say like, this actually is a bloom preset. Oh, well, it's already defined there, actually. That's weird. And why does it let me put a scale in that? Okay, so we don't want a scale. We want like a... bounds or something. And then you'll be able to just say like, I don't know if that's what I want to call it, but anyway. And then our alpine lily would just have some bounds. That didn't work at all. Great. Because it's not in the shoot preset, it goes in the bloom preset. Okay, so now we can have big old fat bounds for this, and we can soften those a little if we want to, of course. So now let's just go through, quickly add some bounds. Black-eyed Susan, bounds, blanket flower, bounds. Caroline, test out. I'm not moving as quickly today as I should be. Caroline just probably need to do that. Camus. Not really what a camus looks like, but okay. And Esther. And Guditya. Lancy boy. And Louisa. I meant to actually like be more thoughtful about the selection of these. This is still just from that random packet of seeds that we found on one of the first streams, but hey, what am I gonna do? All right, so I kind of like this because then it's just, you know, I don't know, I like the feel of these feels okay to me, and I don't really want to have to go through and like tune a bunch of stuff, so we can just have arbitrary bounds for them, and then even though most of them appear to be 2 or 1, I think it's fine. Okay, so first order of business is now that we can represent our bounds, we want to use those when so it's always going to be like the bounds times the scale. Yeah, this is going to be pretty freaking weird, but let's just it's like a couple of dimensions of scale, or like layers of scale, and that kind of stuff always throws me off a little bit. So we'll just have to think through how to do this. But so in our dome view, we want to say, so this radius now, first we should actually draw our dome view. Probably be a good idea. Or I could put in a way to actually change it easily instead of having to just comment things in and out. But we're trying to get things done today. Okay. Back to the dome view. So now we have our bounds. They're obviously not being respected. And that is to be expected. Because, you know, we're not trying very hard. The scale of these, for now, let's say the scale of these is a constant of 10. Or in fact, let's leave the scale like this. It's fine, actually. So the scale of these is 0.25. So what we need to do, sorry. What am I doing? Okay, the distance is going to be what? The distance, if the distance is less than the sum of 1/2 of both of their radii, right? Is that what we're gonna say? So it's gonna be like, you know, radius A is equal to 0.25 times, we didn't pick a preset yet. This is pretty weird, actually. We like have to pick a preset first. That's interesting. So that means you could fail based on which preset you choose, but we have to have it first. Okay. So we'll choose a preset. So that means that radius A is preset.bounds times 0.5. And let radius B equals 0.25 times bloom.bounds times 0.5. So the bloom, we don't have a bounds. Why is that? What is a bloom? Bloom should be a bunch of blooms. It's bloom. We don't maintain the preset in the bloom. We probably should. Or okay. I don't love this, but let's just do this for now. Okay, so we have that. And if the distance is less than radius A plus radius B, you're no good.
So that should get us no collisions, and it definitely is not working. So why? What did I do wrong? It almost seemed like it was working for a second, and then just was very definitely not working. So like, 0.25 is what we said the scale is. Is it half the bounds? If distance is less than the two of these, you have the two radii, and if you're less than that, your radii are colliding. And so that means you are not valid. Okay, what have I done wrong here? That's the bloom preset. Because this is what the scale is, right? Like this, that's what the, this is what's tricky. I mean, it's actually that, you know, it's this. It's like, whatever. Like whatever this current scale is. Your idea was not a good idea, and it also doesn't have anything to do with the current problem. Your idea doesn't have anything to do with this overlap check. Even if we did your spherical partition, or like, sorry, your spatial partition thing, we still have to do this. It would just be even more work, but it would not, it is unrelated to the current problem. So I'm just doing something wrong. So to be clear, it should be a radius though, and that, because otherwise it should describe, I feel like I can't orbit here properly. That's the scale, so the bloom will be scaled to that. Did I do the bounds wrong? Okay, console.log. I'm not, your idea wasn't a bad idea. I understand where your idea was coming from. I just don't think it is the right solution for this problem. Like there's plenty of places where if you're operating in a huge space and on very complex things, then like a spatial partition to like filter out things you don't care about is totally valid. But I just don't think this is the right scenario for that. And either way, it is unrelated to whatever. I'm definitely doing something wrong, but it's just not obvious to me what that is. Bloom.bound. So first, let's just make sure I actually have numbers that seem like they make sense. Yeah, so look at all these undefined. Oh, right. Is this how you do this? Oops. Some presets don't have that defined. So that was part of the problem. I don't know if that actually fixes the problem. I'm still seeing undefined. Is this the right syntax for this? Like if a thing is null, don't do it. We're getting closer. We're still getting undefined though. Why would that be true? Is this right? You can do this, right? Like if this, basically set this to this, but if this is null, or if this is undefined, use this. But that does not seem to be true. Also, I'm pretty sure this is times 0.5. Like I think for tighter packing, that actually is correct. Doesn't really look like it, does it? Looks wrong. Okay, let's leave it toothy for the moment. Because maybe that is actually... Maybe I'm thinking wrong about... Oh yeah, because it's the radius of that sphere, right? 3-sphere geometry. It's the radius. It already is the radius. It's not the diameter. Right? Radius. Yeah, okay. Okay, it already is the radius, so we don't have to multiply times 0.5. So that's actually correct. So I just don't understand why... I thought that syntax worked. What about this? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I did fix it. I was just logging the wrong thing. Good grief. Okay, so actually that was working. That was working. Okay. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. It's like really slow though. Like it's really struggling to find Oh, well, okay, that was part of, yeah, we previously had intended to try more than one placement per frame, right? So we can try to place up to 128 per frame. Still feels pretty difficult, though. Do I have maybe my points are too dense now? Like that could be an actual problem. Like if I have too many points. Like where are we? How are we doing here? Samples 576. In other words, if we have like way too many points, no, but we're ditching the bad points, right? Aren't we throwing away the points that we don't like? Okay, so what is the deal here? What is this radius is 1 times 0.25. I'm actually surprised that it's this bad. Like, why is it having such a hard time finding new points? Like, it's having an extremely hard time finding new points now. Are we just running out of... Oh, well... Well, it's increasing because I am removing points that are invalid. So you are increasingly likely to hit there unless there were just gaps in the original placement, which is totally possible. Like the original sample points, there just might not have been enough, you know? So there's kind of two solutions to that particular problem, which is like try harder. And that's where I'm starting to get worried about That's where I'm starting to get worried about imagine all the bad points. What do you mean? Well, so one problem we have now actually is we invalidate a point, even if technically it wouldn't be valid. Oh, that's kind of a problem. So for example, oh, that has actually maybe a big problem. So right now we invalidate points, right? But if I tried, for example, say I picked a point in this white space right here, but I happen to pick a big preset, then I'm in trouble, right? Like I'm kind of in trouble. Okay, so let me think about this for a second, because I think what we actually want to try to do. Okay, oh boy, let me think about this for a second. I think we want to try to we want to try to kind of normalize our scales. When we place them, right? So we kind of want to like do this. And then we kind of want to do this. Okay, that helps with some initial placement. I'm actually still, quite surprised we're having this much trouble placing that. I mean, you know, in the processing sketch, they were pretty aggressive in the how many tries they would have. I don't know. So I don't know. Like the idea, what did we gain from building this set of samples? It means it's a known list that I can remove from the list rather than just like randomizing, you know, rather than generating, if there's a new random point every time, it might have been in a space that has already been invalidated. But maybe that's bad. Like, okay, so just out of curiosity, like, what if we don't do any filtering and we just say, like, I don't know that that's going to help much, though. Now, actually, that wouldn't help because we've normalized our sizes. Although somehow we haven't normalized our sizes. What? I think I did the math wrong. I did the math wrong to normalize sizes. Hang on. Okay. Let me think about this for a second. We need to like renormalize. It needs to be like bloom preset. Okay, I just need to think about this for a second. Call this, but we need to like bloom preset times remove the loop, increase the likelihood for empty areas. I don't know what you mean. The loop is so that I'm trying multiple times in a given frame to increase it. Like it's so I have multiple attempts per frame instead of just trying once per frame. So it should be dramatically increasing the likelihood. But I'm realizing that my scaling is off. So let me think about this for 1 second. So it'd be bloom preset times 1 divided by bloom preset. Is that how we normalize here? Oops, no. Preset dot bounds. Does that give like full scale? So is that the normalize? And then we want to multiply that times 0.25. Like, does that give me... I need some small ones. Small flowers so I can see. That's still not right. Okay, sorry, I need a bathroom break, and I'll try again. Okay. I feel like I'm so sleepy and my brain's just not working. But so yeah, like if I have like 1 divided by 2 will be 0.5 times 2. 1 divided by 2 times 2 should be 1. Is that not what I did here? So if the bounds were 2, for example. So that should get me back to 1. And then I'm just scaling that down, uniformly multiplying that times 0.25. So I don't actually understand why I have different radii here. Or is that just an illusion? I don't think it's an illusion. And I'm annoyingly just like randomly not getting... Yeah, that's clearly smaller. So what's wrong here? So when I'm setting the scale of the bloom should be the preset bounds. Is that true? Is that false? Oh no. I'll make a note of that. Okay, wait. 1 divided by the preset bound. So in this case, it'd be like 1 divided by 2 to 0.5 times that. So this should give me... No, that's just giving me 1. That's not what I want. I don't want... I want that, right? Good grief. Okay, so this should give me uniform... This should be like, everything should be... Gosh, why am I not getting any poppies? The poppies would be what would make it easy to tell, but like I'm just not getting poppies. Okay, did we get? That's not a poppy. It's a rose. Why are there no poppies? Where are the poppies? Am I going through the presets in order or something? Like why? Why? Just give me a poppy. I just want. Maybe I broke it so that poppies can never draw. Anyway, I think this is right. Okay, so and the new radius is gonna be that. It's gonna be this number is because that's essentially what we're gonna make the new thing be, right? Like it's gonna be this. Okay, that feels much better. Much better. Okay, look at all this. And then, you know, to go back to that example, still way slower than I want, but we could do more than one per frame. We are still just doing one per frame. Also, I would kind of like to enforce like a radius over time. Like we'd want to start close to here, basically. We'd have like, we want to start from the center and go out. So we would only want to search points within that radius to begin with, but that's a separate discussion. Okay, is that my number of blooms? Like at a certain point, I'm going to start to worry about how many blooms we can reasonably have, but let's ignore that. Let's ignore that scary question for the moment. Okay, but now let's go back to, even though, wait, we are removing the samples. Oh, we weren't doing that. But anyway, let's go back to like a smaller, I think this is going to be kind of bad, but maybe kind of good. Like, we have kind of less invalids to check over time. And then the next thing we could say is like, or like initial scale. Because then we would say, we're going to start with whatever the initial scale is. You're going to be the initial scale, which is not true, right? Like we're going to change this over this scale. We plan to change over time, but like we can ignore that. Okay, so now the thing to add maybe is the idea that over time these are also growing. And I still am not convinced that this is like, actually I hate it. I mean, well, so here's the issue kind of is like, it would just be way better. Oh, I have an interesting idea. Is this a good idea or a bad idea? So let's try never invalidating a position. I don't know if this is a bad idea, but like, what if we started with a big initial scale, like something like this, like I mean, this is bad because this will get us to 0. but we'll ignore that for the moment. My plan is not working. Oh, I think we started way too big for starters. Ugh, we gotta do better than this. The max bounds? Well, yeah, that's what I was just wondering, is if I like start big and then shrink, you know, like during my little placement loop. But I think I need to fall off really quickly. Like, I think this needs to be a relatively small number so that it will, if it can't be big, it will get small quite quickly. Which I'm kind of surprised to see not happening. Am I like running out or something? Like
AR pattern.
Gosh. Ugh, I don't have time for this. Like, I definitely should have finished this already. I feel like maybe this was all kind of a wild goose chase, and I definitely should have, like, I don't know about definitely, but like done a, I know, AR pattern. Should have done like a offline circle packing. They kind of didn't ever get much smaller. Weirdly. Oh, read aloud. That's what it was. Wait, what happened to my camera position? Didn't I fix that? Well, but I want it to be different. I mean, maybe, yeah. Like, so for example, if we did like really good circle packing, but it was really slow, like, yeah, maybe you like you bake offline some number of that, but that still requires us to have a good circle packing technique. I don't understand why this isn't working better. Like, what did I do? Maybe I missed something. Like, I thought that the idea here would be that our initial scale is going to shrink over time. Oh, good grief. Oh my gosh. I am... Oh boy. Okay, so but now we need to say, like, we need to use that initial scale, right? Oh, we did. I still think it's not shrinking fast enough. Like, it's giving up too quickly. And just to be clear, so we loop through the boom. Oh. No. Well, This shouldn't be a return. This should be a continue. I failed programming. I don't know why our frame rate is tanked. Probably because now I'm doing a bunch of looping that I wasn't previously doing. It's only 32 times. Is that bad? We're not doing this though. We forgot to do this. Let's just take this out and just say if it's not good, it's not good. But yeah, our performance is going to tank because our checks are getting too slow. I mean, this is giving us some of the smaller little fill-ins. Okay. Yeah, no, I screwed it up. I had two big mistakes. Like, we were never progressing to smaller, and I had two very silly typos, basically, but whatever. Now we're so excited. We do want to get smaller more quickly. We also want to get out of these loops more quickly. Point one. Actually, why didn't these start bigger? Shouldn't these start bigger? Because that should be 0.1 plus. I mean, you could make these 0.4 or something. Like, the first three should be, or the first one should be huge. Also, what happened to this guy? I guess because we're like going kind of in steps. We're not actually enforcing the size. So I don't like that, actually. I don't like that. That doesn't solve the problem, really. It doesn't really solve the problem. Okay, I want to take a second and consider an alternate path of like getting actually a good sphere packing algorithm and running it offline. So I think David sent me this, which was written by his estranged brother. And it's like outrageously fast somehow. Look how fast that is. Why is it so fast? I don't know. But I don't know if we can use it. But I guess let's like see. So initialize coordinates is just, here's our problem though. We can't do this. We can't do this. This works fine in 2D, but I don't think this is like, since we're like trying to operate in arbitrary mesh space, it's so freaking fast. I don't even understand why it's so fast, but it's so fast. Because partially because the variable naming is so terrible, I can't really tell what's going on. But oh, well, that's kind of interesting. Does it maintain an array of the distances? Well, that's kind of interesting. Okay, it is a recursive function where you call find all radii, and it's just going to say, so that's not actually doing much. Like, it's just saying, that only gets called once. Right? This isn't recursing. But this is. Ugh, I don't like it. I mean, I just don't want to use random code to understand, and two, I don't think we'd have to figure out how if we even could like adapt this to. If it only operated on a set of known coordinates, we could use it. But the fact that it is introducing new, I mean, we could alter it, I guess, so that it doesn't do that. I guess we could alter it so that it, what is num? This is bad code. Anyway, doesn't make any sense. Like, why is num? You only call this one time. Oops, right? Am I misunderstanding that? Num L. I hate these variables so much. They make me not even want to look at this. So initialize coordinates. I mean, if this truly is random, and you can just find next radius given a random point. Don't understand this though. How are you deciding how deep you recurse? Or I guess if radius is greater than 1, you return. Oh, there's no. I don't understand the use of this at all. Like, what's the point of that? It just weirdly means you end up calling it, like, what? Why? Doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why wouldn't you just do this? Oh, I hate these variable names. I mean, you're essentially just calling this with a 2. Oops. Or like you're calling it with, yeah, I don't really understand. Or is this recursing? I guess it is. This is recursing and this is recursing? Okay, well, I mean, that still seems insane. I don't... But, okay, that kind of makes sense. So, if I could have a random selection of points to start with... So it's this initial coordinates. And it's just like whatever num L is. Initialize coordinates with num. I hate code written like this. Things. Is things even used? What is things? Why is that here? Why is num used like... Ugh, I hate this code. It seems real fast. Like if we could use this for spheres, that would be cool, but it's just, hate it. What do you actually get? Like, and where are the ellipses drawn? So in this case, the ellipses are kind of like drawn as they're found, when really you would want to say like, this is where you will. Ugh, do we try to like make this usable? Feels like if these randoms were not random, but they came from, but they like came from somewhere we wanted. Right? Like if these came from our point selections, would that work? Could we just use this? I don't know. Should we try it? Let's try it. We'll try it. Let's try it. It's so gross looking. I hate the names. I hate the variables. They just make me angry. But let's just try it. Let's just try it like... Wait, what are you mad at? Okay, so let's not do this for now. Let's do this. We'll just put in some insane nightmare in here and just like try to think through if we want to, what we're doing here. Yeah, try to think through what we're trying to accomplish here. So that's not actually a thing. And all these weird types. What is this code? Or like, what is this written in? Is this processing JS or something and not P5 JS? Is this old? Kind of weird. Anyway, so actually I'm curious. Did this come from somewhere? Something, what, you know. Oh boy. Okay, I feel like we're just on a wild goose chase here, but so I'm trying to port terrible code that I don't understand to a language. We lost num somehow. but it's fast. I don't know. I'll spend a little time on this. Maybe it'll be amazing. I don't know. I don't even know how to port this to straight up JavaScript though. Like these multi-dimensional arrays and stuff. Ugh, I hate this. Ugh. This feels like this has to be like a solved problem, but not with just the grow thing. Like I want like a non. Cool. These are cool. Love them. I think that's what, okay, that's what's going on here. That's where the recursion comes in. I see. Ah. Okay. Okay, let's get rid of this code. This is a bad idea. I don't want to just like dig through and try to port code across languages that we don't understand. I think I understand the concept now, though. Right. Okay. Again, these are things that should not be taking me this long to figure out. But and now we're in some horrible state where I don't even know what I'm doing. What that return is there for. Uh-oh. Was that important? Okay. I understand the concept now. I'm embarrassed that it took me so long, but I think I now understand the idea. Right. I understand the idea. Okay. It's pretty cool. You take one of your random points and you make a big circle. And then you pick a random point inside of that circle. Yeah, so how can we do this with what we have? Right, so, you just start with a giant circle. And then you can choose, if you're happy with the size of that circle, you can be happy with the size of that circle. If you're not happy with the size of that circle, then you put a smaller circle inside of it, and then you keep going down until you get to a point that you're happy. That's what's going on with the recursion. So given what we have, so here's the challenge, I guess, with what we have, is that we want to be able to so I think this is pretty cool. but it does mean that you need to like continually be choosing points that are within the boundary that you care about, right? So you need to like, after you have chosen your circle, you need to pick everything that's inside of it, and that's your new data set. I don't know if I explained that well. You want random points that are like, once you've made this partition, I'm sure there's other ways to think of this, but this is how it's working in my brain. Is like, once I've picked this, I only want to deal with points that are like inside this boundary. And that's fine, but I don't know how to do that actually without iterating through all of our random points again. And maybe that's fine. I mean, maybe that's okay. Yeah, I get it. I kind of get it, at least. I kind of get it. I mean, so I would do this like one time, maybe in a worker thread on load, or if it was really slow. I mean, it seems like it can be very fast. You saw how fast that sample algorithm was. That was given 500 points. The trick with that one, though, is it was the thing that code could do, the thing that code was allowed to do that we're not allowed to do necessarily, is pick totally random points. As it progresses, like as it progresses, it's allowed to like do this. Although actually that's interesting, because I would have thought that this would have to enforce that I would have assumed actually that if you're in here and you're like inside of a radius that you care about, that you would only want to choose a new point that was inside that radius. But I guess that's not true, because inside find next radius, I guess you try to figure out to whom you belong. So in other words, do you like, as you're making like your set, do you figure out? Interesting. Okay, that's another way to think of this. You pick a new point. Okay, here's two ways I could think of this. And I don't know. I'm finally wrapping my head around this algorithm, I think. Two ways I could think of doing this. One is that it is like an iterative recursive thing. It's like, I pick this circle and now I only want to operate on points in this circle, right? And so it's a perpetual drilling down inside one circle. I could see that being a way to do it. The other thing way to do it, I guess, is to like store your circle. Pick a circle, pick your big dumb circle. Then choose your next random point. And it's either in that circle or it isn't. If it isn't, then it's its own new big dumb circle. If it's outside of your original big dumb circle, it's its own big dumb circle. And I guess like it's to your advantage to make that big dumb circle as big as as big as you think you might want it. So I guess another way to put that is you're making big circles, right? You have as big a bounds as you would want, but that's separate from the biggest thing in the bounds you would do. So just looking at that, you could see kind of the idea of like, oh, if I pick a big circle and it's like, yeah, interesting. If I pick a big circle and it's bigger than I want any one of my flowers to be, it becomes like a partition sort of. Okay, gosh, I feel like I'm almost there with this. So start with an initial circle, repeatedly choose a point, according to some algorithm, inside of the initial circle, and add the largest circle possible having this point as its center. By constraining the points it's chosen, a variety of different figures emerge. How many circles enclosing the point, equal the point, etc., etc. So, like, but so I guess like one way to put this is like just always draw the biggest circle you are allowed to draw, either inside of an existing circle or such that it doesn't overlap. So okay, right. We were only enforcing circles overlapping, but you could never be inside of one. But now you could be. So how do we write this code? It is already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. How do we write this code? So if I say I just picked a point and put a big dumb circle there, right? Big old dumb circle, we love it. Then, I feel like the only way I'm gonna be able to do this is like do it in 2D first and like kind of really figure it out. But if we just picked an arbitrary point and we drew a really big circle, and then we picked another arbitrary point, if it was outside of the circle, either way, if it's inside of an existing circle, we make it as big as it can be without crossing the boundary, whether it's inside or outside, which is pretty interesting. Okay, like, man, I feel like I'm like inches away from the the algorithm here. And I don't think it has to be that crazy recursive nonsense with bad variable names. I think we can do it in such a way that is like more readable. Because basically we're just continually adding to a list of circles, but sometimes we will like those circles. Like sometimes those circles will be like, these are cool circles, right? Like sometimes we'll be like, these are circles that are worth drawing. Okay. Gosh, can I just like do this in P5 or something first? So just let's like think through this. So I think we want to like we want an array of points. And then the first thing we want to do is like is that how you do this? I can't remember how to do this. Anyway, we'll figure out what the actual syntax is. But it's going to be like, I don't know, something like this. What? I already can't write code. It's already bad. Oh. Yeah, I think, well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know if I care about the generation. I just care about the radius. Like I can continually be, but yeah, we could flag things as like container circles versus non-container circles. Okay, sorry. I just need to learn to write code. That would help. I really hate that they would have a pop-up as a... Okay, what's wrong here? This... We just have to learn to program first. Is it just called a vector? How do you make one? Okay, anyway, yeah, okay. That's good. I understand the algorithm now. I don't know why. Yeah, great. It's just this? Okay, and so then we'll just, whatever. Points dot push point. And then we'll do like points dot... Wait, is point like a reserved thing in P5? Whatever. We'll just draw it as a tiny ellipse. Okay, so points dot for each point. Ellipse. Really be nice if these... Oops. No, it's point... Is it X, Y, and then radius? What is the ellipse syntax? Good grief. I think it's X, Y, then radius. X, Y... There's no radius with height, sure. Sure, sorry. It's point dot Y. Okay, we have all these points. We love them. We don't want strokes. Or fill. And these can be quite tiny. Okay, so this would be the set of points that we would have, right? And then I just had to kind of think about how I want to think about this. But like I think that's a little challenging. It's kind of like, okay, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I just have to kind of work through it. Because the thing that is tricky is like, as you add new circles, I don't know if I want to do this in the draw loop or exactly how I want to do this, but like basically we want to say like once per iteration or whatever, we want to say pick one of my points and the like our radius can be big. Or let's say it's like a minimum of 20 and a max of 200 or something. And we want to draw a circle. So we need to say like yeah, it's funny because you kind of need a circle to start with. I feel like you sort of need to like just start with a circle, like whatever your initial circle is. So like circles dot push the initial circle or something. I don't know. Like and right? Like, because it sort of feels like you have to have something to check against. Oops, just send 0.0. Okay, so 0.0, and then okay, we'll do it like this. How about this? So initial circle, and we want to say like because we don't want to go beyond some bounds in this case, but I don't think we actually care. I don't know. Generally, we don't care. So we would just say circles dot push. Yeah, I don't care about falling out of the boundaries on here because we don't care about that in real life. So, I mean, we actually kind of do. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about that with the initial one. I am so tired. Yeah, it is. It's kind of like a randomized fractal. I mean, it's certainly recursive. It's not self-similar as it gets smaller. It could be. Like, I think some of that person's artwork that we were just looking at was a fractal because it was self-similar as it recursed. But because this has randomness in its recursion, I think that doesn't qualify as a sort of typical definition of fractal. Okay, so we'll have, this will be a point. Will be points. We'll just pick whatever the first point is. And radius will be random between 10 and, I don't know. Let's say 16 and 128. So now, let's say, I'm going to be able to draw circles. So we'll have a for each. Nope. Circles. I'm so tired. Oh my gosh. Circles dot for each. I feel like if we get this, we're going to be really close. And then tomorrow just needs to be all AR stuff, even though I'm going to have to spend half of tomorrow in the bathroom for colonoscopy prep. Very exciting. Circle. Okay. Yeah, the last few hours, I don't know. Whatever. We took the long way. We'll have an so in this case, we want this. We want like no fill, stroke, color. This is stroke. Oops. And then okay. We have made a circle. Very exciting. So here's the thing we want to do now, I think, is we want to like pick a new random point each iteration, wherever it is, and then figure out, oh gosh, it's kind of hard to say, but like loop through everything that exists and figure out the biggest radius we could have. So in this case, it'd be huge, right? Like could be huge. In fact, we should probably make this number really big. This number could be as big as width, I guess. Okay. Bathroom break. I'll be right back. I think I'm starting to wrap my head around it. I know I've said that 7 times, but I'm getting closer. Okay. Look at all these balls. Get these balls out of here. Okay, so okay. I feel like I should apologize to the world. My brain is so slow today. Okay. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know now that I feel like my brain is not gonna get it to me, and I'm just gonna have to like write the code to do it. But we're basically want to say, like, given a new point, let's just try it. So we're gonna add a new point. So we want to say for each, like, let's pick a new point, which is you. New circle. So given a new point, new circle. Gosh, I feel like I'm gonna pass out almost. I'm so sleepy. So now we need to loop through our circles for each circle. So what we want to try to find is like the nearest. This is what I haven't quite wrapped my head around. We want to find like yeah, this is what's weird, and I don't know how to deal with this. We want to find either yeah, okay, I guess this is the distinction. We want to know if we're inside for any given circle. We want to know if we're inside or outside of that circle, right? So it's going to be something like there's going to be a max radius we're going to have, and it can just be equal to math.infinity. Is that a thing in JavaScript? Or like whatever. We'll say width to start with. For each circle, if we're inside of the circle, we only can be so big so that we would touch the boundary. If we're outside of the circle, we can only be so big that we touch the boundary from the outside, right? So first thing is to say we need a distance equals, I assume, I don't know. Is that a thing? What is P5? It's just dist. Of course it is. Okay. Get some of this stuff out of my face. Get out of here, all these windows. Okay. I think I'm getting it. I know I keep saying that, but I really think I am. Okay. Dist. I don't have to, I can just call dist. Okay. So. Oh, really? Like a distance. Wait, you can't just give a P5 vector to a distance? Okay, whatever. So dist is going to be circle.point dot x and circle.point dot y and point dot x and point dot y should be our distance. What is the problem? Why can I not write code? What is my problem here? We're pushing points into points here. What point is the point at the point index? Didn't we push a point, which is a vector 5? Is this not? I feel like I'm losing my mind, everybody. Console.log. Can I do that here? I have to do print. Great. So I have points in setup. Is that not how you create a vector? Oh, right. Right. It's create vector or something ridiculous. Is that right? Oh my gosh. No? No. What is my problem? What is my problem? Why can't I do this? Oh my gosh. I like just can't program at all, or is this editor just terrible? Or like what is the issue? Why is this a problem? Do I have like dumb JavaScript errors or something? Like is everything breaking? What is the actual issue here? What is actually broken? The P5 editor broken? Is my browser broken? Like what is actually broken? Who knows? The browser seems to be frozen. I don't know. What am I doing wrong? Great. Like, is this just not how you do this? Or are we doing something? We got numbers here. This sucks. Okay, I'm like actually losing my mind. What's wrong here? What is wrong with this? What silly, stupid things am I doing? Binary, what am I doing? Like, why? What is wrong? Why is this undefined? Is this wrong? Am I doing this wrong? Can you not do this? Oh no, the ball pit. Oh gosh. Well, you know, we had a good run. Is it something about my index? Is there like something? Oh, random and array. Oh, you really can. Weird. Okay. Is that the way to do this? Weird. Whatever. I don't care about the p-pipe part of this. Random points. Oh my gosh, why was that so much effort? Okay. Whatever. I don't know. Okay, so like, here's the deal. Here's the magic. If distance is greater than 0, no. If distance is greater than if distance is greater than the circle radius, if the distance is greater than the circle radius, then max radius is equal. Okay, let's see. And if distance is greater than the circle radius, meaning we're on the outside of the circle, outside. My brain is really letting me down. I should probably go eat food or something. Well, I really can't eat very much today. I can't eat at all tomorrow. Okay. So let's say we're inside the circle. Then the radius we could have is only I mean, is it actually true either way? If the distance is greater than the circle radius, then it's going to be like our radius can only be the distance we are. Kind of like if the distance is greater than the circle radius, then this is just distance minus circle radius. If it's less than the circus radius, then it is circus radius minus distance. So is it really just like the absolute value of this or something? Could I have just said that? Not circus. Circus. If radius is less than the max radius, if that radius is less than our maximum radius, then our max radius is equal to that radius. I think this is an absolute value thing, but I'm just gonna let's just go through the motions. And then by the time we get to the end of this, we should have a new max radius. Circles.push. Oops. The point is going to be the random point. And then the radius is going to be the max radius. Does that seem true? No. This is wrong. Okay. Well, I have a couple questions actually. So, one, just to verify, P5 ellipse, P5 ellipse it does take a radius, or does it take a width and a height? It takes a width and a height. So that should be the radius divided by 2, because that's essentially the diameter. So when we draw the circle, that's the radius divided by 2, because that's it wants. Wait, no, do I have that backwards? Times 2. Look at that. Look at that. Why was that so hard? Oh my gosh. Why was it so hard? I'm just gonna cry. I'm so tired. Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. I'll clear it. I cannot believe how much I had to think about that. Like my brain. Woof. Holy cow.
I remember my dreams.
Okay, so here's the like serious question.
The dreams.
Look at that. Okay, so like if I wanted to, could I just do all of this? That'll give me 128.
The dreams.
Oh my gosh. Okay, this is pretty good. However, we still have some holes.
The dreams.
So do I need to like run it over just in a like basically every point? Like that's getting quite slow. I mean, whatever, we could parallelize it, but okay. It's pretty freaking fast. However, it still does not seem as good as the other one because I mean, I guess it's pretty toothy, actually. Maybe it is as good. Really just kind of, it depends quite a bit actually on the distribution of those random points initially, of course. It's like, I mean, obviously we have some random points in here, but you're only going to get them randomly. So you could imagine a different distribution, like say, I don't know, from a subdivided mesh, where you wouldn't have to worry about weird clusters of your randomness. Okay, binary, are we back to that? Are we back to subdivided mesh? We might be. This is pretty fast. Is it as fast as this? I don't know. I think it's pretty quick. Okay, here's the issue though, of course. Here's the actual real life issue here. We could continue to do this all day for kicks, right? But, oh, I just realized something. We're not removing things from the list in this case. Like our random points, we're not, oh, that's a silly oversight. We need to like pop. We need to pop a point when we use one, right? Is that what it is? Can I pop this? Can we pop it? Yeah, that's better. Oh my gosh, that's better. Can we like format this? Another thing we can do? They're like, oh boy. I just want this to format. Is there like no formatting? Is there format? Anybody? Tidy code. That'll work. Okay. I think this does it. I think this is not bad. I don't know that it's great or anything, but so we get a random set of points. We just create a circle at whatever the 0th point is with a whatever our like initial random diameter we want, because who cares? We're gonna get our random points. Max radius is just like whatever the max radius is. I don't know. I had to think about that just a little bit, but because we always need to start with like a cap. We get the distance between the 2 points. Okay, gosh, I don't know why it took me. This is so much better than the growy thing. Okay, so is that true? Is this actually true that this is just the abs of this? Right? I just care about the difference between these two things. So is it actually true that that is all? Nope. What did I do wrong? No, those are different numbers. It's different. It's different. Right? Wait, is it different? No, my brain doesn't even understand simple math. Okay? Like, no, it's just a delta between them. So wait, why did that not work? Why is this not just abs? Why is this not just abs? It is just abs. I don't know what I did. What did I do? Okay. Right? I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Okay, so the thing that we're missing here is when we draw these, we really only want radii within a certain range, right? Like we only, the only radii we care about would be, so for example, you could say like, if radius is greater than 16 and if circle radius is greater than 16 and circle.radius is less than circle radius is greater than 16 and circle radius is less than whatever 64, then fill whatever. So that's pretty big. 1632. Wait, oops. Wait, no, what? Oh, yeah. Okay, right. Okay, well, that's kind of a problem. Because that's... Uh-oh. Oh, no. Well, we could just never let us have ourselves... yeah. Like, these huge ones are a big problem then. Okay, so for example... Okay, well, so we clearly have some work to do to make this where we can, like, draw from it. But part of the issue is, like, those super huge boundaries. Interesting. Okay, well, this is cool and all, but we have an issue now. How do we solve our issue? How are we getting bigger radii than 32? Oh, less than or equal to 32. Oops. That's better. And we could still use those little ones that were outside, right? So we would basically want to, like, these little guys are outside. We can certainly still use those, but if we wanted. Yeah, sure you could, because you know you could just do you could just do that. Thing is, so we kind of want to say, like, if you're inside of one that is below the bounds of what you feel like is good, you're just done, right? Like, you just don't. If you're in the range of what you know you want to be a flower, obviously you just don't need to subdivide it anymore, right? Like, so we actually still do want kind of a distance check. So we still kind of want to say, like, if distance is less than circle.radius, so this is going to break everything. This sucks because I actually want to continue this. This is the loop I'm focused on, not this one, but this for loop is what I want to continue. So like, how can I? Because what I want to say, basically what I want to express is like, oh, I'm inside of a, yeah, how do I want to explain this? Like, I want to say that I'm inside of a, if I'm inside of something, I want to be done. Like, basically, so I guess we need to do this. And then we also want to say, I ended that backwards, but we want to say if, now I forgot how that works. Okay, let me take this out for 1 second because I need to think through this a little bit. Because basically we want to say if the distance is less than the circle radius and circle radius is less than whatever we say, 16, or let's say less than 32 for the moment, less than or equal to 32, then we want to return false. And then we would want to say, like, if valid, basically this. So we would never put stuff inside of things that we considered to be good, you know? And then we could similarly have a minimum, you know, minimum, maximum. I'm gonna send this to David. Okay, so I really feel like I need a break to like go outside for a minute, walk around, drink some water, and that kind of stuff. But, wait, did I accidentally just erase all of the code that I just wrote? Did I really do that? Did I really just do that? Really? Did I really just... Did I really? Interesting. Did that really just happen? I think it did. I took a screenshot. So that's fun. Well, I don't want to retype that in P5. So we just try to port it to... I cannot believe how like not functional my brain is right now. Okay, so that was awesome. I just like spent so long typing that, and it's just now it's gone. Oh well. Yeah, I definitely need to take a break. It's just the problem is like the next few days are like I'm gonna be useless because I'm gonna like unfortunately I like to drink a gallon of laxatives tomorrow to prepare for a colonoscopy on Monday. And that procedure is going to take me out for half a day. So I'm going to like lose a day of work and I just have such little time. So like, definitely wish I had more time, but okay. Anyway, I understand the problem now. So that's good news. And I did fortunately take a screenshot of that code. So that's good news. And I think my code is pretty fast. So I kind of just want to do it right here. Like just do it. So this would be our samples. Okay, we're gonna do this. That's true. An image text AI. You mean an image text AI name Life is Yours? And you'll just type it for me? Thanks. That's my favorite kind of AI. The AI is yours. Okay, so, but I think, you know, now that we understand the problem, it's not outrageous, right? So we can do, we have our points. Yeah, this is going to be way easier, actually. So we're going to have our points, I think. I don't, so we don't need this like available idea anymore. Ugh, I just don't even do that. Let's just ignore the old code for the moment. So, or whatever, we can leave available. Not gonna hurt anybody. So let's not run this right now. Oh, really? I could take a picture of it with my iPhone. My iPhone will do that. Okay, so we have our points. And so then we want like an initial sphere. Where are we storing our samples? They're up here. Okay. We'll just do this for now. Or whatever. Where is that? Let's do it. Interface. We'll have a bounding sphere, and it's really just going to be like, I guess we store the normal there. I don't know if we care, but I mean, it's really just a dome sample with a radius. Right? Like, why did that work? Why is that code running? I didn't say to draw any blooms. What? I feel like that code should be running. What? Parcel just in some insane state? Okay, there we go. Okay, let's do this. So we have our initial sphere. That is just going to be spheres.push. We'll just pop a sample. And the radius will be, I don't know, but it'll be something like, there's a 3JS random. 3.math utils.random, rand float, rand int. So rand float between 0.25 meters and 1 meter, or between 1 meter, that's fine. 0.25 meters and 2 meters, let's say. 0.2 meters and 2 meters, right? Okay, so that's our initial sphere. And what else? Or let I equals 0, I is less than 1024, I plus. Let random sample equal this dot samples dot pop. Let max radius equal 2. I think that's 2 meters. Let valid equal spheres dot every here. And then inside here, we're going to say let distance equal what? I think it's going to be random sample dot position dot distance to sphere dot sample dot position. Okay. What's the matter with you? We have a sample. Sphere.sample.position. Random sample. We just popped a sample, we popped a sample. Why would that not have a position? Okay, whatever. 85. Why? Distance equals the random sample that we have right here, dot position. Why would this not be? The sphere isn't sphere a bounding sphere? Oh, spheres aren't dome views. Oops. Sphere is a bounding sphere. These are the this dot spheres. That's a dome sample. This is a bounding sphere. And we want to push that initial sphere, right? What? I want to push the initial sphere. So that's a dome sample position. that is also a dome sample position. Dome sample position on line 86. Why would the random sample... We made a dome sample here with a target position. That looks fine to me. So we got an undefined sphere somehow. Why would that be true? I'm not even adding anything to... $86. What? The random sample. Oh, we ran out. Okay. Okay, so now we have, we're back up, we have distance. Then we want to say, yeah, we certainly have some work to do here. We feel like we're pretty close. So the, what? Is equal to the abs of the sphere dot radius minus the distance, and that is going to be if new radius greater than max radius, then max radius equals new radius. Oops. And we're all good. Just for now, just return to... Okay. A pop ball modifier? Oh, like destroy the balls? Yeah, I agree with you. We need a way to get rid of them. We need a way to get rid of like all of them, I think. Okay, so what are we doing? So now after we have done this, if valid, spheres, this dot spheres dot push, and it's going to be pushing a new sphere sample, which is the sample is the random sample, and the radius is the max radius, right? And that's most of the work. Okay, so the issue now is, you know, let's just do it. So let's say for each, no, this dot spheres dot for each sphere. Oh my gosh, what do you win if you win bingo? Let's just do where's our wireframe code we just wrote? It's gonna make something mad, I'm sure. Okay, so we need some sphere buffer geometry, and this is gonna be sphere dot radius. Okay. the wireframe position is going to be copy the wireframe position dot copy what? Copy sphere dot sample dot position. Whoa, cool. Cool. And then like if here dot radius is greater than 0.25, then the color is this, else color is this. If it's greater than 0.25, we like barely want to see it. But then that should be equal to, so we should, like some of these I'm confused by, like the size of them. So what do we think here? Does that mean we want a bigger radius for what our crazy plants can be? Like what is the, yeah, it's just a little hard to say. Like what is the radius that we like? Because to me, this radius what's wrong here? If the radius is greater than 0.35, then make it even dimmer. Maybe those really are bigger. Is that true? What if they were half a meter? Would we like it if our flowers were ever bigger than half a meter? I don't know. Kind of into that. Problem is we would definitely need the way. Yeah, we need a way to like to determine if a thing is contained, you know? Like say it actually draws pretty quickly. It does take a minute to calculate. So, right. So we need a way to like, you know, kind of flag things, not here, but during generation time to say like, this is just a container sphere and this sphere is just a like sphere that's your buddy and don't even worry about it. So I like it. Here's the problem though, is like this number is actually not really the number we want, right? Like we want to try to hit so here's the, yeah, how do I want to describe this? Uh-oh. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna explain this and then I like definitely have to take a break. 5.5 hour stream. Okay. So here's the issue. This is gonna take a moment. We could certainly optimize it. We can run it in another thread. That's all fine. This is like perfect for a worker, actually, I think. Actually, that's not too bad. So here's the issue, though. We have a ton of points here that we don't actually care about. Like the points that are either so big that they're gray, meaning we don't like them, or the points that are actually contained, like entirely enclosed in... I don't know exactly how we're going to calculate that, actually. That's a little complicated. Like, how are we going to flag these enclosed ones? How will we flag these enclosed ones that are enclosed underneath a certain boundary? Like, I guess you have to say that if I'm inside of something and that something is within the boundary that would make it drawable, the part about that that's tricky is like comparing this sphere to this sphere, but what if you're 2 spheres down? Oh, but you don't care because you're iterating through every sphere. So even if that one was okay, it would be there. So actually, I think this works. I think this is going to work. I think it's going to work. So then what we would have to do is like try to draw all of our samples, like instantiate flowers at all of our samples. Should we do it? Do we do it per frame? Oh gosh, I don't want to stop until we just like at least see that. It might run horribly, but I just want to see it. So let me think for 1 second how do we do this? So first I think we need to like we need a way to flag these spheres as like primo. You know, we need a way to say like these bounds are like or like these particular, like a particular sample is like a like I don't even know what word to use. Optimal, like an optimal sample or something. Actually, now that I say that, we'd never get to 2 layers deep if we do this kind of like primeness check, you know? So, okay. So I'm just struggling for like, what is the word I want to use here? Maybe I don't care. Actually, I don't care because I can do this. So I think what I want to do is basically say, you know, I started to do that over here, didn't I? Where it was kind of like if, yeah. So whatever I said was like my happy place, 0.5. Is that my happy place? Yeah, I said 0.5 was my happy place. So like if I'm inside of a circle and that circle's radius is smaller than 0.5, I should just continue. So the place to do that is let me send a link to David. Okay, so right. The thing to do is, even before we do our, yeah, it's here. So it's like if distance is less than the circle radius, meaning we know we're inside of a circle, and right, the circle radius is less than or equal to 0.5, then return false. And sorry, it's sphere, not circle. I'm copying from the screenshot. I'm plagiarizing myself. Then we should never end up with those nested ones. Right? Yeah, so we have no nesting, which is good. We have some of those like mega circles, but that's fine. We can make that very tunable. Okay, so now the thing to do, if we wanted to, we would just iterate through these and we would just pop samples, right? So basically it would be like down here in our loop, instead of having a count, it would be like if blooming and samples.length is greater than or equal to 0. Well, it's greater than 0. If this dot blooming. Okay. And so now we just need to like fully, all the code we wrote before sucks. So let's just like undo all the bad code. I'm embarrassed by that code and I don't want to look at it ever again. But what we want to say now is that for generating a bloom, we would just say like let sample equals this dot samples dot pop. So we're just grabbing a sample, and then we want to say we only want to mess with that sample if it's big enough. So if sample dot radius is less than 0.5, that we only want to mess with it if the sample radius is less than 0.5. Why does my sample not have a radius? What did I do? I'm sorry, spheres. These are spheres. These are our bounding spheres that we've created from our samples. This dot blooming equals true. Okay, so now we're gonna loop through these, and we're gonna do that, and we're gonna actually it's extremely similar to what we've done up here, but we're gonna grab our preset. And we are gonna create the preset. We're gonna do the weird scale, and then multiply it. Yeah, I think we're really close on this actually. All this initial scale is actually gonna be the sphere radius, I think. And this is gonna be the sphere dot sample dot position. And this is going to be the sphere.sample.normal. We still need to rotate around the left axis. I just need like a big set of consts for Is it working? Wait, what's happening? Are flowers growing inside of these? I think they are. It looks insane because we're also drawing the uh-oh. What happened? We broke it. I mean, these wireframes are definitely not making things happy, but okay, let's do a couple things. We need to go to the bloom and hide this wireframe because I don't think we care about it right this second. Also, we probably don't want those teeny tiny flowers. And we're only starting a new flower once per frame, which is like, whoa, wow. Okay, so what happened here? 145, how could that happen? 145. How would we ever get a sphere that doesn't have a radius? If the sample length is greater than 0, oh, it's spheres. It's spheres. we probably, okay. I mean, that still doesn't quite explain what happened, but that's part of, that's a bug. Uh-oh. Okay. I mean, we probably have like a billion little tiny terrible dudes. Oh, David's gonna be so happy with the sphere packing. Okay, we do. So we have a couple issues here that are just like tuning things. We're like wasting frames on. We're wasting frames like skipping the big ones. You know, like that's a problem. We also probably are actually growing like insanely tiny flowers, so we do want an upward bound and a like an upper and a lower bounds. We should still technically be drawing. Like, I don't know why we stopped unless we were just drawing like minuscule, like insanely small points, which we might be. We might be drawing outrageously small points. So that would be a thing to consider, is like if the radius is below a bound. D-Lopster, I think this is a pretty good algorithm. I think it's better than your brother's. I don't know that it's better than your brother's, but a human could look at it and understand what's going on. But I think I needed to just discard things below a certain radius and like just not care. So for example, like how do I want to phrase this? Like the tricky thing is you could end up with like okay, we only do that if that's valid. So I think we want to say like if new radius is like less than 10 centimeters or something, then return false. Just because I think we're ending up with actually a ton of like basically, oh yeah, that's way better. Way better. I think we had just a billion teeny tiny little points. Okay, thanks for looking, David. Okay. I still don't understand why we're not using all of our samples though. Like, why are we not always using all samples? Do I have some maximum Oh, it seems like it. It seems like I should just be popping spheres. So why would we ever end up with I just had another thought, but I'm gonna table it for 1 second. Why would we ever end up with empty spheres? So if, okay, oh, because we want to say if it's greater than 0.5, but 0.5 can be valid. Was that our problem? Still doesn't seem quite right. I don't know. It almost looks like the balls are dancing on the bottom of the screen. Like, why would we not be drawing some of those? So what are we skipping? So we're skipping if when we actually draw, because it's not like it's just big ones, there's small ones too that are missing. So we pop a sphere. All that's commented out. We're never setting like, is blooming false? Not count its length. It's pretty weird, huh? How was I... Okay, this is gonna be crazy. Just want to double check and make sure there's not like, I mean, I kind of like the insanely huge thing. Yeah, but how could we ever have these empty? How do we ever have an empty sphere? We're never seeing our poppies. Remember earlier when I was saying like, wow, it's weird that I'm randomly not getting poppies, but like, I think we're not seeing poppies. Okay. Bloom view. Why? Can we still see poppies here? We have poppies. Do we not set a scale for those or like bounds for those or something? Right? Like, did we set them for everything but not the little ones? Because they were already cute? So maybe actually, that actually means we were probably doing a better job earlier than we realized. And that we just accidentally were not drawing them all. Okay. Well, that's... Yep. Oops. Flowers without bounds. I know. How could I be so foolish as to have boundless flowers? Boundless. Oh my gosh, that was like a thin client company in the early 90s, or sorry, early 2000s, late 90s that I did web development work. Boundless. I haven't thought about that name forever. I wonder if they still exist in some form. Okay. So that should help us out. That'll get us some more flowers. Okay, now we need to put back our upwards bound check when we grab our samples. Here. This is gonna look, this is it. This is the one. But we still have a whole separate class of problems to solve. But ignoring that other class of problems, which is greenery all over the surface of this, but I have an idea for that. have an idea for that. Um, oh my gosh. Okay. We don't have a lower boundary for size. I kind of want more flowers. How many flowers is that? That doesn't look like... Yeah, so the thing that's tricky is this is number of attempts, right? Like this is a number of attempts. This is not like a number of successes. So you could like have, you know, you could continue to like run this process over time and say like, oh, well, we'll initially try 1,000, you know, pre-worm it with 1,000 attempts or whatever. And then over time, but there's, oh, you think so? And force it to go? I kind of, is that, the problem is you could definitely hit an infinite loop with that. I mean, I like how you're thinking. I gotta say, I like your insane thinking, but you definitely could hit an infinite loop. I guess we could have a timer that's like also, hey, I'll do it just for you, life is yours. Since I was rude to you earlier and I didn't listen to you, let's now cause this nightmare. Okay, here's the problem though. We kind of need to, like, we're going to run out of, if this dot samples dot length is greater, is like equal 0, we need to break, I guess. That actually worked better than I thought. That still doesn't seem like 2,000 flowers though, right? That doesn't seem like 2,000 flowers. What did I do wrong? Yeah, I can definitely sample on the fly. I think I would pre-warm it so there'd be some number ready to go. Because really the effect that I want is for it to like radiate out from the center, you know, like, and I want it to make that noise also. Oh, I just had an interesting idea. Not sure what I think about this idea, but that's not 2,000 flowers. Oh, we ran out of samples. So let's do something outrageous. Let's start with 10,000 samples. See how we do. But that still only gave us a few hundred spheres. I'm confused. Like, what am I doing wrong? So we tried to get 10,000 samples. We pushed all of our samples. Really, this should just be an iteration through the samples, right? Like, there's no reason. Oh, this I minus minus is just chaos. It's just outrageous. But I think it's funny. Okay, what's wrong? Oh yeah, so then. Wait, was I using I? Okay, yeah, we don't need to do that anymore. Well, this is just insane though, because we need to like break. Okay, this is going to be ludicrous. No, why is okay? What's wrong? Are we not actually like? What is? It feels like we should be hitting an insane upper limit. Did this actually work? Let's see. Yeah, we're only ending up with 249 spheres. But how many samples are we starting with? And we said we're iterating through all of our samples. Am I like skipping samples based on some? No, we're starting with 10,000 samples. Okay, sorry. Well, no, I mean, okay, so that's what I was going to say, Binary. I'm definitely using, this is definitely the route we're going for this. However, for placing the greenery, yeah, I think I am going to use mesh, subdivide the mesh. So I think that will be, that's kind of a given. But I still am confused why there's such a disconnect between our sample count and, right? Like, oh, 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 oh. Well, this would be the problem. Okay. No, that wasn't the problem. Wait, how is that not the problem? Are we accidentally like bailing out of this whole function when we don't mean to? So these returns should only apply to this, to the every, when we're checking the spheres, right? We're not like accidentally bailing out of this, right? Because we're starting with 10,000 samples, and then we're doing our sphere. Oh, well, maybe actually that's true. Maybe like we actually, okay. Wow, that actually is true. Crazy. So like, you know, we could have like 1 centimeter radii or something. Yeah, then we get 2,000. Okay, that's gonna make everybody mad. Okay, we're gonna have like 1 centimeter flowers. Okay, how are we doing here? We are very slowly growing thousands of 1 centimeter flowers. So that's probably not really what we want to do, but 5 centimeters I could live with. And we could still, okay, so let's get rid of our wireframe drawing and just take a look at what we hath wrought. And then I feel like this is where I was this is where I was hoping to be about 4 hours ago, but whatever. Okay, if we have the beautiful, oh, I just realized something kind of interesting. Interesting. I did realize that, you know, if we pop these up some, you know, with little stems or something, and then I mean, we need to pop them off the surface anyway, but of course, if we pop them up and pop some up and down, we're sphere packing. We're not circle packing. So like we can pack flowers under flowers. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, I was going to say I was done, but now we have to do that. Okay, that's the last thing, and then seriously, I'm taking a break. Okay, so what do we want to do? How do we want to like we want to add Okay, this might be insane. Let's try it. Although I really should put the... Did not do what I expected it to do. What did I do wrong? Target position, adds v to this vector. We want to add the normal. We want to copy it so we don't actually accidentally mess it with it. We want to multiply it by a scalar, but it should be up to a meter. Okay, so just to verify though, like what if I don't? If I just add it doesn't feel like I'm off the surface at all. Why is that? Why doesn't it feel like I'm off the surface? What am I doing wrong here? I mean, you'd think this was like a normalized... Maybe it's not. I mean, it's fine to normalize it. You would hope the normal would be normalized, but... Is there some other... Like, I'm actually modifying the target position, right? Like, I'm... So why would this not be true? Because later on, I use the target position, so I sample it. I set... I mean, we're storing that sample straight up. Oh, good grief. I did it one line early. I forgot that those were like passed to the sampler. Okay, great. So yeah, the thing that I was trying to do was... So this will like make a crazy... Whoa. Whoa. That's way too much. But yeah, even that let us get to... That went from like what was it? Like 600 flowers to 6,000. How do we have no big ones? Where's our big boys? Is bigness less likely because we... Okay. Anyway. We don't really want to go that far. So maybe we'll say we'll go up to like 25 centimeters off the surface. Okay. I think the distribution is starting to feel very good. I think the... Is that what you see when you look at this? Does it look like a VR headset to you? I guess I could see that. Okay, I think this is starting to feel pretty good. I do think like our minimum size and maximum size needs tuning. Certainly. It's just the packing really struggles then. So one thing I was saying was kind of thinking is like, oh, actually you could like keep the small ones and instead of putting flowers in them, put like a little undergrowth or whatever. Okay. Well, I feel like we're getting there. Okay, I gotta like track down some numbers here. That's gonna be like an offset. Sort of contained within. Just have to work on the growth, like where and how things grow. Whoa, we just grew 10,000 spheres, so I definitely did something wrong. What did I do? Min bloom radius. The min bloom radius, 0.1. I didn't mean to do that. What? If new radius is less than the min bloom radius. Wait, why did we end up with 10,000 spheres? Oops. What? That is 0.01. So if min bloom what? If min bloom radius. Okay, what is wrong? The new radius is less than this dot min bloom radius, which is equal to 0.1. Return false. Why would this, what? What? Oh, good grief. Wait, why did it even let me type that? Forgot I'm in a class, not in an object. Okay, great. Hey, I'm tired. A boob window, huh? A nice boob triangle? Is that that's what you see here? Okay, I think the distribution is starting to feel good. I think something bad happened here. I could feel like we're actually still missing one of our flowers. But I don't know which one. Bloom, bounds, 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 bounds. They all have bounds. So how did we end up with this big stupid hole? I think it's a thing where there's like a disconnect between the min radius and like our radius checks. Okay, so we discard it if we're less than max bloom radius. We discard it if we're contained in there. However, down here, oops, if it's less than or equal to this dot max bloom radius. Okay, that should give us some big boys back, maybe. There we go. Okay. Well, that distribution now looks bad to me. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Was all of this worth it? I don't know the answer. Oh, right, because we changed our min bloom radius 6.5 up here. Okay, that's why that looks so different. Okay. Well, I don't know. Do I hate it? Do I like it? Hard to say. It's kind of crazy to believe that we evaluate 10,000 samples. Like, I don't know, it almost doesn't even possible. It feels like I broke it. Like, how's it that fast? It's freaking fast, man. Okay, that made it mad. You know, there's a real, actually, I don't know what to do about this. There's a real issue here. What are these big holes? Are these big holes where big flowers are going to appear? Funny that those big flowers are last when I would have assumed that they would be first, but maybe it's this. Maybe we need to unshift actually instead of a pop. Or like do this, oh, so it's a push. Is it a shift? Oops. That's all right. And here. Wait, is it not shift and unshift? Is that not right? Oops, unshift. There we go. So that means you get the really huge ones first, and then it comes in and fills in the babies. So I think that feels, that's better. And then it would just sort of continue to grow little babies in over time. But it's not really what I want. But the thing that I want, yeah, we'll just have to, it's gonna be more challenging. It is a bit more challenging, actually. It actually really is, because we want to like, look at all my flowers. I don't know. Maybe I should let the little ones come even further. Like if you're smaller, you could have more of an offset. Yeah, so in other words, maybe that normal offset should be determined by well, that's hard to do though, because you need to you don't know where, yeah, you don't know where that is until you But I think a little more variation in that could be kind of cool. So we said we could come off 0.25, like 30 centimeters. Okay, and one of the biggest things here, one of the biggest issues is that I think would make a huge difference. Just a tremendous difference is let's do like 8 per frame or something, which should be totally fine. Yeah. That does mean we need to bail here. Okay. So that's not bad, but here's the thing. I want to like order them. Oh, Andy Sapien, thanks for the Andy Yaspian. Andy Sapien. I said Andy Sapien like it was a species. Andy Yaspian. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Here's the thing that's bothering me right now is like I feel like I should get under like all up underneath this trillium. Right? I should get up like all up in. Well, I don't think I want to sort by radius. So currently I'm sorting by radius effectively. I'm just saying like the first things you find come up later. So that was me doing the shift versus unshift. But instead, I think I want to grow out from the middle. But that's fine. I can just sort by radius when I do the thing. But I just realized I think we have like a pretty major thing we could do, which is in the positioning of our bounding box sphere, or bounding sphere is what it's called. Things that are round are called spheres, just by convention. Oh. The bounds are from the center of the... Oh gosh, how do I even get around that? Okay, so the center of the sphere is at the center bottom of the plant, which is not really where you want it. You want it kind of shifted up. So, but that changes not just the radius, but the position of the radius. So like my instinct is sort of like to actually shift the internals of the plant up a little to compensate for that. And that should let us get underneath these plants a little more. That's a little bit tricky. Because we don't want, so in other words, we don't want to, gosh, that's a tricky one. Well, okay, I mean, two things. One, the plants are slightly irrelevant in that situation. It's more about the spheres and like the positioning of the spheres and where we want them to live. But we kind of like, so in other words, maybe another way to think about that actually is solve it from the other end and say that basically you can get quite off, like that normal offset can be pretty substantial. Like maybe it is 0.5 meter, but then you would compensate for that in the positioning of the flower perhaps. So that would be an idea. I mean, this is actually probably too many flowers for AR. Unless we did some like even heavier optimization. 512 is okay, but like this is too many. But that's okay. If you like sorted by the big ones, you'd get all the hero ones anyway. You know, you'd get the bigger, more important ones. But the middle ones are the ones that like kind of fill things out, you know? So what I'd say the solution is to like probably grow from the center. The solution is probably like to grow from the center, and we do get pretty good overlap with the, I mean, it's probably too much, but it's kind of cool. It's kind of freaking cool. I just have so much, there's just not much more time to work on this, but okay. This is like, at least in the realm of what I was aiming for. As Life is Yours puts it, a like 1950s bathing cap. We're also still orthographic, by the way. By the way. So let's see this not ortho. Yeah, there we go. A little depth. And I may not want to draw like all the way to the side like this. I just thought it might be kind of cool. Okay, I feel like this is looking reasonably nice, right? Life is yours. I need you to flatter me. I need a pep talk. Tell me I'm not going to embarrass myself in front of the city of Portland. Not that anyone's going to bother to try this, but. So the main thing missing, or like just to like view this a little more. Wherever we get this OBJ, we don't actually necessarily want to add that. Yeah. So like this is basically what the AR layer would be, is this. So I could just, I guess, try this on my phone and just see what the frame rate is. Is that the secret? Is the rotate? I fully agree with you, actually. Like, it's so funny. I don't think I could share it yet, but the I did. Like, David is also working on a project for one of our clients that has generative botany, and I just finished a project for Niantic that has plant growth, and in that one they like grow and scale and pop. But I didn't actually do the flower animation. I just did like the growing and scaling animation. But anyway, so I'm with you. It's just haven't done it here yet. Okay, so just in straight up 3JS, that is not a good number to see. Uh-oh. Well, okay, we might have some problems. Okay, well, we'll have some optimizations to do, I think, which is unfortunate. I mean, I'm getting 30 FPS, but that is without any AR. So, like, once we're in AR land, yeah, we gotta figure that out tonight. I mean, it probably doesn't really need to be this dense, but I just think it looks cool. Just like it. I just like it. So for example, I mean, we gotta get greenery in is a big thing. But like, you know, just bumping this up to 1, it seemed like it pretty dramatically shifted the count. So that runs at 60 FPS on my phone. And it's still pretty dense, so I think that's okay. But I still want to add greenery, so like, oh boy. Okay, I gotta be done. Good grief. Life is yours. I've missed you. Thanks for hanging out. Binary, I missed you too. Thanks for hanging out. Duraj, thanks for stopping by. Andy Aspian, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, y'all. Should I like composite this over my head as a bathing cap as the way to end the stream? Is that how we should end the stream? Okay, Binary, I messed you up because I know you like to do the bow at the end of the stream, but I feel like as a gift to Life is Yours for streaming at inopportune times, I just want to do something dumb, and that thing would be the following. Alpha. Also, I appreciate you bearing with me while I was like slowly thinking through these things, and I appreciate your suggestions. Appreciate it. I appreciate you people. Okay, we've got this. It's very nice. So how would do I remember how to use OBS? So if we added an image and we picked an image. And the image looked like this. How do I position this? A big image. 4K. Look at this nice garden we have. I guess I could have composited the whole web browser. I forgot that I could do that. Okay, here's the bra. I know you wanted to see that. And here's the nice midsummer hat. It looks like it has a nose hole. What do you think? When I was in my early 20s, I did invent the ab window t-shirt, but it was before social media, so I was never famous. It is a blessing and a curse, probably more a blessing that I had no social media when I was growing up. How are we doing here? Very good. Okay, I think we're done. Thank you both. And I don't know, I probably have to stream later tonight. I feel like I just need a nap and a snack, and then, maybe I'll be ready to go. Okay, I'm done. Goodbye.